2:21, and if I could get a roll call.
Of course, Chair Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia? Here. Pardon? Commissioner Henry Roybal?
I'm here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hansen?
Present.
And Chair Anna Hamilton.
I'm here. And although I did not make the formal announcement, this is the regular Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County meeting. And it is hybrid, in-person, limited in-person, and virtual. So that takes us to the Pledge of Allegiance, the state pledge, and the moment of reflection. So if everybody could stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag, the state of New Mexico, be a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And I believe we have the moment of reflection by Community Services Department, Devin Baldwin. Are you on WebEx?
Yes, I am, Commissioner. Good afternoon, everyone. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interests of our community. We take a moment of silence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sadly enough, we also have another moment of silence, probably very close to our hearts, and I'd like to go to Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are times in life when you worry about things and times you wish you would have done a lot more. Good afternoon. I would like to take this moment of silence for an individual who was a simple man, a very hard worker, and didn't grow up with, for lack of better terms, a golden spoon. He was born in April of 1953. This individual would have taken his shirt off for anybody, as he often did. Yes, this moment of silence is for my father, my dad, Toby Garcia. Toby had 3 kids. Yes, I have a half-sister and a half-brother. My dad had brothers, he had sisters, and an awesome niece, and many nieces and nephews. My dad also had 3 grandchildren. And I just want to say, rest in peace, Dad. You'll be missed. And I often say this, but I love you. Thank you, my colleagues, my coworkers, and the condolences I have received. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and our deepest condolences, Commissioner Garcia. We're all with you. Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, I'd also like to have a moment of silence for Floyd Trujillo, a leader in the Turquoise Trail community. He passed away just a couple weeks ago at the very young age of 48, but in his short time on the earth, he did a lot of good. He was the Chief Technology Officer for the New Mexico Finance Authority, but he was probably most proud of his service on the Turquoise Trail Charter School, where he served on the governance committee and was involved for over 24 years and was at one point the president of the governance council for the Turquoise Trail Charter School. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. So that takes us to item 1F, which is approval of the agenda. Manager Miller, are there any changes or notes we should make?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. The original agenda was posted on Tuesday, January 18th at 5:18 p.m. And the amended agenda with the following amendments was posted on Friday, January 21st at 5:05 p.m. On the agenda, item 3D, the request of approval of a cooperative project agreement with NMDOT, that packet material was updated. Item 3E on the consent agenda, request acceptance of right-of-way donation agreement. That caption and packet material were updated. Also, item 3F, the request of approval of an agreement between Santa Fe County and AFSCME Council 18. That item was added and packet material updated. Then under miscellaneous action items, item 5A, approval of an amendment to a memorandum of agreement. That caption and packet material were both updated. And then under 6 presentations, item 6A, a presentation on ICIP funding request. That item was added. And then item 9C, a resolution in support of a memorial. That caption and packet material were updated. And those were the items changed on the agenda on the on last Friday. Sorry, on the 21st. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Miller. So what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second?
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? So that passes. That takes us to item 1G, employee recognition, years of service and new employees. Manager Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, several years ago, we initiated a years of service recognition program. And in this program, we recognize employees on a monthly basis who have completed years of service in 5-year increments, consecutive years of service. So if you have a break with the county, you start back at year 1. But if you have been with the county consecutively for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years, you receive this recognition. And our point of this is just to express how much we appreciate at the management level and the commission level, those employees who make a career at Santa Fe County. So in the Public Works Department, we have Lawrence M. Precio, who has 5 years of service in road maintenance in adult corrections facility. Roger Rivera with 5 years of service on January 23rd, both of them. And then in land use, Ashley Lopez with 10 years of service on January 25th, or today. In solid waste, Danny Zamora with 10 years of service on January 28th. In health and human services or community services, Jennifer Romero on January 1st celebrated 15 years with Santa Fe County. Also, Anna Martinez on January 2nd in GIS. And in the Sheriff's Department Animal Control, Kurt White will celebrate 15 years on January 29th. So I would just like to thank them. Obviously, in today's work environment, being committed and staying with the county is greatly appreciated, probably more so than any other time in the history of the county, or at least in the 12 years that I've been here. And I want to thank these employees for being committed to Santa Fe County and and for all of their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We definitely on the board really appreciate everybody's service and their long-term service. Are there any comments anybody would like to make, or shall we roll along to Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, I just want to echo what Manager Miller said and recognize in this difficult time how grateful we are to the employees that we have, and just for being here and all the work that we need to get done and that we do get done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hanson. So Manager Miller, we go back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then the other employee recognition, we do like to welcome and recognize those employees who are starting their career at Santa Fe County. And the first one on this list is not to be confused with me. I was actually confused that I was signing my own personnel action form, and I thought I haven't done anything. But it's actually Catherine Miller with an A. That will be the only way to tell us apart. Who joined the county on December 13th as an assistant county attorney. And that should be equally confusing with Catherine Clark, our clerk. So we'll have fun with our three names here. Then in community services, we have Craig Gallen, who's a driver's and cook's assistant, who joined us on December 4th. Nancy Toscano, our bilingual navigator in community services. And then in the fire department, we have a new forestry technician, Gabriel Borrego, and then several new firefighter cadets that joined us on December 4th, and that's Noah Cook, William Henry, Isaiah Lynch, Joseph Millard, and Cody Spencer. And then in public works, we have a new maintenance technician, Johnny Anderson, and a new custodian, Adrian Lopez, and a new solid waste maintenance worker, Omar Romero. So all of those joined us in December, and we continue recruiting new employees, and we'll have another hopefully long list for you in February for all the people who are joining us in January. So with that, I'd just like to welcome them to Santa Fe County and hope that we'll be recognizing them in 5 years from now for their continued service here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Exactly. We hope to give multiple year recognitions to all of them. Welcome to the county. Any commissioners? Commissioner Hanson?
Just welcome everyone. Thank you for joining the team. Santa Fe County is a great place to work, and we look forward to meeting you.
Thank you so much. So that takes us to item 2, which is approval of the meeting minutes. Commissioner Hanson.
Yes, I had changes, and I've given them to the stenographer. So I wish to request approval of the December 14th minutes with changes.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? I thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Excellent. Thank you. So that takes us to the consent agenda. There are several items. Are there any items the Commissioner either has a question or would like removed for discussion? Commissioner
Madam
Hanson.
Chair. Yeah, I just want to say congratulations to getting the final easement for the Northeast-Southeast Connector. This is a project that I have been working on since 2004 when I was hired by Oshara Village to work on this project. So I'm looking forward to the next phase. And with that, Madam Chair, I will move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Second.
A little bit of discussion, or Commissioner.
Is that a second? So I have a first and a second under discussion. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, as my colleague Commissioner Hanson mentioned earlier, or just a few minutes ago, and this is for individuals that are actually listening on the radio or on YouTube. The Northeast-Southeast Connector is a very important road network that will actually be south of the I-25 corridor. It'll be in the Rancho Viejo area. This is actually off of Dinosaur Trail. It'll be get some good movement through that community college district, relieve some traffic off of Richards Avenue. So that's just wanted to get a little bit more detail as into what the county is doing and how we're moving forward on that northeast-southeast connector. Once again, thank you for everybody who has worked on that. And this on item number F is, I've been on a bargaining unit and I've actually negotiated with the union and been on both sides. And I know the hard work that Sonia Quintana does for our human resources, as well as our deputy county manager, Rachel Brown. That's some stuff that takes months and months and sometimes years to negotiate that. And with everybody on the negotiating team, good job. Thank you for that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I just want to be clear that the Northeast-South Connector is in the Orshara Village subdivision, right south of Rabbit Road.
Right, good, thank you for the clarification. So I do have, is there any other discussion? If not, I have oh yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody who worked on getting the Northeast-Southeast Connector. It's been a long time coming. I think I attended the first meeting about the design about 12 years ago or something like that. And so thanks to everybody in Public Works who has gotten that on track. And also the Arroyo Hondo Trail is the subject of, I think, 2 of the items here, and that's another very important project in that same part of District 5. But I'm ready to vote.
Excellent, thank you so much. Agreed with all the comments. So there is a motion and a second. All in favor on the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. So the consent agenda passes. And that takes us to item 4, which are appointments and reappointments. I believe the County Manager's Office, Ambra Baca, is taking this. Are you on? There you are on WebEx. Thank you, Ambra.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Ambra Baca. I am the Constituent Services Liaison for District 1 and was recently asked to serve as a staff liaison to the City of Santa Fe's Library Board. I'm presenting for approval today a recommendation to fill the vacancy county board member seat. The city of created by the City of Santa Fe in 1962, the Library Board is an advisory board to the city's governing body. The board recommends in consultation with the City of Santa Fe's Library Division Director and staff policies in the use of the library, book selections, acceptance of gifts, and other policies. The board consists of 7 members, 5 of whom live within the 5 of whom within the incorporated boundaries of the city and 2 who live outside the city boundaries within the Santa Fe County. The Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners recommends county members appointed to the mayor for presentation to and approval to the City Council. The board meets monthly on the 3rd Tuesday at 5:45 p.m. Meetings are currently being held virtually due to the COVID pandemic. Santa Fe County advertised the vacant board member position for the library board via press release on November 2nd, 2021. Staff received letters of interest, resumes for the following individuals seeking appointment to the library board. Gregory Copelands, Myra Zimmerman, Paul Stewart Spalding, Ronald Lattern, and Brecken Larson. And as staff recommendation, I'm recommending the appointment of Mrs. Brecken Larson to serve the 3-year term. Ms. Larson has served on the library board since February 2020, a resident of the City of Santa Fe. She has recently moved and is now a resident of the Santa Fe County in District 2. She stated in her letter of interest that she wishes to continue her work on this board to help move forward its long and short-term strategy goals. I believe that Ms. Larson brings valuable experience and background to the work of the library board and that she is committed to continue the important work on the board. I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Amber. So, Commissioner Hanson.
Are we supposed to appoint two or just one member?
At this time, just one member.
Oh, okay. I will move to appoint Brecken Larson, who you recommended.
Second?
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Is there anything under discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. So that passes. And just as a quick check, I know that I am hearing Commissioner Roybal. Are his votes coming through clear? Okay, great. Thank you.
Also, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes is here also. He's kind of sitting in the seat to the
Yes.
left, and I see that the camera doesn't catch, but we actually are complying with the 6-foot difference. But so we all are here.
Yes, I actually started and to mention that at the beginning, that everybody is spread out more than usual. So for those who are depending on visual cues, it should look different. So thank you, Commissioner Garcia. That takes us to item 5, miscellaneous action items. A is requesting approval of Amendment 1 to the Memorandum of Agreement between Santa Fe County and the City of Santa Fe, establishing funding contributions, et cetera, for the Santa Fe Regional Film Office. And I assume we're going to Jennifer Labar-Tapia. And I see you on WebEx. So.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hi, Madam Chair, Board. So Jennifer Labar-Tapia with the Santa Fe Film Office. So yes, we are requesting an amendment to the original MOA that was passed earlier in fiscal year 2022. This is just to ask for additional funding from both the city and the county. Originally, the MOA prior to the pandemic had some higher contributions that went to the film office, and back in 2020, we did have to cut the budget a little bit on the city side, so the county followed suit. And now we're just trying to get the numbers back up to the original MOA agreements, and actually even increasing just a little bit, just to allow for a second FTE to come on board with the help of the Santa Fe Film Office, which the Santa Fe Film Office has always been designed to have 2 FTEs.
Thank you very much. So are there questions? Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you. Hi, Jennifer. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while.
Hi, Commissioner.
Hi. Can you tell us if this $330,000, is it for a total from the past 3-5 years that we've had the film office for a total of 1.3, or so right now we're approving 330?
You're approving the 330, and that's a total of over 4 years. So the 1.3 is joint city and county contributions over a 4-year period.
Right, and so the 330, is that just from Santa Fe County, or is that from the city of Santa Fe as well for a total of 330?
It's from the county.
Okay, thank you. And so since we have you on and we haven't seen you in a little while, can you briefly touch base with what you guys have been doing and what, basically I heard the other day that Santa Fe County is probably number 2 in the Southwest for film industry, and I know the state legislature has a lot to do with the initiatives that they actually give to the film industry, but can you just briefly tell us the great work the Santa Fe Film Office is doing?
Sure, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I'd be happy to. You were close, Commissioner Garcia. We were just announced today by Movie Maker magazine, which is an industry leader in publication of what's going on in industry around the world. And the Santa Fe Film Office in Santa Fe just got nominated. We're number 3, best places to live and work as a filmmaker in all of North America. So that includes Canada, Mexico, and of course the United States. And so that's the small city category. That's population under 500,000. And proud to say that Albuquerque received top spot. They're number 1 in the large city, beating out Atlanta and Vancouver and some of those other large markets that have become very popular in film. So Proud to say that Santa Fe has been in the top 3 since 2017 on this list, and we continue to make great strides. And for those of you wondering who 1 and 2 are, that would be New Orleans took top spot and Savannah, Georgia took second. So we're in good company with who we are on that list with. And yes, in terms of the state legislatures and to the governor, so we certainly appreciate all their efforts to keep our competitive film incentive program going. Without those incentives, New Mexico and Santa Fe, quite frankly, wouldn't be on the map for a desired location to come to.
Thank you for that, Jennifer, because it's always great whenever, an example, when you drive into Albuquerque there, when you first get into Albuquerque across Sandia, Indian Reservation, see the film studios, there's just large amounts of vehicles out there, which means there's large amounts of employees in there. And also all the individuals that do come from different states, and for that helps out the economy here in Santa Fe County, as well as the city of Santa Fe. In my district alone, I think I have 3, 4, maybe 5 different film studios in my district, and we all know that that the film industry actually films throughout Santa Fe County as well in the city. But thank you for that brief information. Maybe here sometime soon when we get through all of this mask stuff, you can come and give us a presentation as into the figures that actually the film industry does bring into Santa Fe County as well as the city. And if there's no other questions, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to.
Madam Chair, this is Manager Miller.
Yes, Manager Miller.
I just wanted to be clear because I thought I heard Jennifer's answer to the question. I just wanted to make sure that the board understands the total increase to the contract. So we have an existing contract, and the total increase to the contract over 4 years, which it's spread out over 4 years, is $330,000, half of which comes from the county and half of which comes from the city. And that portion that comes from the county, years 22 and 23 will be funded from the economic development set aside in the ARPA funds, and years 24 and 25 will be funded with the general fund, which is where we have funded the film office to begin with.
Thank you. I was going to request that clarification just because I thought everybody knew, but it was not entirely clearly stated. Got a little confusing. So thank you very much for that.
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I just wanted to be sure because I also wanted it to be on the record that we will be using for the additional $50,000 from the county. I can't speak where the city's taking theirs from, but the additional $50,000 for this fiscal year and the additional $25,000 for next fiscal year will be coming from the ARPA funds that we set aside for economic development. And then the additional funding in 24 and 25 will be general fund. At least that's how it's planned. I mean, obviously that takes the board to appropriate it, but that's how it will be presented to the board.
Excellent. So are there any questions on that, Commissioner Hanson?
It's not exactly a question. It's more, I want to just congratulate Jennifer, but I also want to congratulate all the studios and film workers below the line and above the line who are working so hard to make Santa Fe a great place to work, because they are the ones who are saying that it's a good place to work. And so I just want to recognize them for their contribution to the film industry in Santa Fe County and all that they contribute. And also thank you, Jennifer, for your good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hanson. Any further discussion? So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. So that passes 5A. That moves us along to 5B, which is a resolution adopting the Santa Fe County Greenhouse Gas Emissions Reduction Plan. And we're going to Jacqueline Beam and Adeline Murdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to present this important project that we have been working on for close to 2 years now. And I'm Jacqueline Beam, the Sustainability Manager of the Sustainability Office within the Community Development Department. And I have with me the Sustainability Specialist of our team, who's also a project manager of this project, Adeline Murphy. We have a presentation, if we could.
It is up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It is up, thank you. So just to summarize, in May 2021, the Board of County Commissioners voted to approve the publication of the greenhouse gas emissions inventory of the county operations for the calendar years 2005, 2017, and 2018, as well as approve the next steps for the creation of this greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan. The Sustainability Division of the Community Development Department has completed this draft plan and is presenting it for approval and direction to implement it. It also comes within your packet, the resolution that addresses this plan and will be our way of moving forward down this road. And many of the steps are already in process. However, we are looking at a very strategic phasing program of every 5 years, implementing not only strategies that are project-based, but also will effectively reach that 2050 goal of net zero in alignment with the Paris Agreement. Next slide. This trail that we are on, as I stated, has been over the course of a couple of years, but it actually goes back further. In 2013, we committed to leading by example through the Resolution 2013-7. And in 2017, we committed to the Paris Agreement goals. And in 2019, the creation of the greenhouse gas emissions inventory was approved by the BCC. And then in 2021, we've accelerated our commitment through the Race to Zero pledge, which pledges the county to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions for facilities up to 60% by 2025. We also published the operational greenhouse gas inventory report, and this greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan, as far as putting it into motion, was also approved. And with that, I will pass it on to the project manager, Adeline Murphy, who will get further into the details of all the data mining.
Hi, everyone. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak with all of you today. As stated, my name is Adeline Murphy, and I am a sustainability specialist. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this here shows the most up-to-date snapshot of county emissions taken from the most recent greenhouse gas inventory of county operations. Total emissions in 2018 were nearly 12,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide, with buildings and facilities contributing to 55% of that total. Next slide, please. This is a graphic showing where county emissions need to be across each operational sector in order to meet the net zero by 2050 goal. Historical emissions are on the left and projected emissions are on the right. Next slide, please. The emission reductions will be implemented across 6 phases, each spanning 5 years. This is an overview of those 6 phases and their respective reduction targets. The first target is a 25% decrease in greenhouse gas emissions by 2025 compared to 2018 levels, which is the baseline year selected due to the quality of the emissions data for that year. And the targets presented here are based on what is most reasonable and feasible in order to reach that overarching net zero goal. Next slide, please. And now I will pass it back to Ms. Beam.
Thank you, Adeline. Madam Chair, Commissioners, the process for each 5-year phase may be overlapping, and it's important to note that this is not a logic model of a timeline. It is more the logic model of how we will make decisions in each sector going forward. So right now we have an understanding of what our measurements of our emissions are, and we have created a 5-year plan that goes through phases. However, each year we want to make sure that we are able to effectively be nimble and respond to whatever's available in innovation, technology, whatever's feasible based upon our funding, and what's appropriate for the county at that time, at that point in time. Next slide, please. And so focusing on these areas, these sectors, they have shown to prove, or for us, sorry, that our emissions in our facilities are the highest. As we know, they're over 50%. And transportation is not far behind. And then we have water and wastewater, solid waste, and carbon. What we would like to do in our measurements from ICLEI, and this was from best practices inventory framework, which has really guided us because it's important to be uniform in how you're measuring your emissions. And so we are looking at these main areas, but also thinking about carbon offsets going forward and how we can fill in the gaps and hopefully offset through planting and things that are might be a little bit more within our control, depending upon where we're headed with our administration and things that are available to us in the market. Next slide, please. And with that, I will pass it on to Adeline.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is an overview of the Phase 1 reduction strategies. They include tracking energy use of facilities and increasing energy efficiency, renewable energy, and facility electrification. Increasing fleet efficiency, deploying electric vehicles in the county fleet, and partnering with external county agencies to reduce fleet emissions. Increasing energy efficiency in water treatment, increasing water conservation, and upgrading the wastewater treatment plant. Reducing propane use at solid waste facilities, addressing landfill flare emissions, and reducing waste tonnage. And lastly, conducting research and planning for carbon removal projects. Next slide, please. Although reducing emissions by nearly 3,000 metric tons by 2025 may seem like a heavy lift, 86% of this goal can be achieved through just 4 projects, all of which are already underway. These projects are, first, upgrading the county wastewater treatment plant, which is expected to be operational in the next couple of months. Second, subscribing to PNM Solar Direct program, which is a utility-scale solar array that will power half of county facilities in PNM's service area with solar energy. And this is expected to be operational in May 2022. Third, implementing energy and water conservation measures at 13 county facilities through a guaranteed utility savings contract. This is expected to be completed by late 2022. And fourth, installing an additional 200 kilowatts of solar at county facilities, which is also expected to be completed in 2022. And the remaining 14% of the target can be met by implementing the various other strategies mentioned in the previous slide. Next slide, please. Here are some images of those 4 projects. Clockwise from left, the first image is the heat signature of the building envelope at Hondo Fire Station, which is one of the 13 facilities in the Guaranteed Utility Savings Contract. Next is the new Quill wastewater treatment plant. Below that one is a recently installed solar array at the Public Safety Building. And last is an image of the construction of PNM Solar Direct project. Next slide, please. Phase 2, which will run from 2025 to 2030, will largely be a continuation of the strategies in phase 1, with the additions of transitioning medium and heavy duty fleet to alternative fuels, as well as implementing any carbon removal projects identified in phase 1. Again, in order to remain nimble as circumstances may change, the detailed reduction actions will be fine-tuned after the outcomes of phase 1 are evaluated. Next slide, please. And now I will hand it off to Jacqueline.
Thank you, Adeline. Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is again a roadmap, and it points us in the direction of where we want to drive. However, we may need to take some side roads and stop along the way, take the scenic routes. I think it's important that as we look at this plan, we really stay focused on what is best for the county, and then also think about the funding that's available through the federal infrastructure opportunities as well as state. We need to collaborate extensively across departments with organizations also outside of the county, and we will need to update this plan regularly, not only every 5 years, but it will be a living document. And the next step will be, and this is actually the first step within the next step, which is to create a community-wide climate action plan. And next slide, please. With that, staff and myself stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I think you might find it of interest that I just saw, knowing that I'm also a volunteer firefighter, in Firehouse Magazine, a fire department in another state, I believe it was Wisconsin, recently purchased and put into service an electric fire truck, which I thought was one of those things that would not happen anytime too soon. So you had commented that this would be a living document and plans would be made as we went forward in years and had additional options based on new technologies and those kinds of improvements. And this is potentially one example. So I will send you that article just for your current interest. So are there commissioners who have questions or comments? Or Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It seems like a really excellent plan, very well thought out, and I'm glad we're making progress on things. Every time I hear about this, I have a question in my head, though, which is whether there are other solar direct opportunities out there that we could take advantage of. It just seems like such a great deal we have with the Jicarilla Apache tribe, and I'm wondering if there are other opportunities like that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, at this time, I'm not aware of any opportunities out there. However, we do have community solar, which is coming up, and we will be able to subscribe to that program. So there are definitely things coming online and around the bend, and we will keep our eyes and ears open for those opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, thank you, Jacqueline and Adeline, for the Madam Chair and the presentation. It's good to see plans, because that gives us a roadmap, and roadmaps are always really a good thing, but it's also being able to be flexible, and when new technology comes along or new ideas, or as Biden believes that he wants the fleet, highly electrified by 2025. So the more that we can do, I think is really important. One of the biggest things, and I've mentioned this before, that came out of COP26 was that that local governments will lead the way, and we are leading the way. And it is really important to have that as a roadmap. as part of the bigger picture. You know, when I go to NACO and ELLU and on these meetings, and to be able to say what we're doing in Santa Fe County, or what we're one of the other commissioners is doing in Travis County, or what someone is doing in Sonoma County. All those ideas are so important that we can increase our ability to reduce our greenhouse gases. And being a member of IGLE on the Race to Zero is also, you know, gives us as a county connections throughout the United States to find the new ideas that are perking up to the top. And so thank you for your hard work on this, and I look forward to the progress that we continue to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I would like to make a motion to approve adoption of the Santa Fe County Greenhouse Gas Emissions Reduction Plan.
And I'll second that motion.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there
Madam-
further discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you for what you all do and where we're moving forward. This actually coincides with item number 9C on the agenda. This is kind of how we're going parallel to item number 9C, where hopefully the state is going, and hopefully we're going to be going. It'll take a little bit of a long, as you mentioned, roadmap. We might take some side roads, and I appreciate you being honest about the side roads, because where technology is going, it can change overnight. I see ex-Commissioner Paul Campos on the screen there, and for people that may remember or may not remember, in 2013 he was part of the county commission that actually committed Santa Fe County to moving forward in this type of renewable energy. Can you remember in 2014 when we bought our first Prius? And that Prius is still moving, that Prius is still going. But thank you, Commissioner Campos, for actually committing the county at that time while you were on the county commission and moving this forward. Some of the questions I'm going to have are, when we can meet on this, staff, you can meet with this as into, you know, we talk about, a lot of people, not just us, we talk about connecting to PNM's solar grid. PNM has no more availability on their solar grid. And those are some of the challenges that I have in working with PNM as into how do we get more solar, the ability to connect to this grid that PNM owns. And I know we're working on it. I know we're moving forward on it. And some of the other questions I would have, not right now, but in the 6th phase, if you can take me back to that slide for the 6th phase. I know some of the things your staff will be doing is working with additional staffs throughout the county, whether it be what is going to be our public works department. It'll be the energy efficiency areas. A good example that you showed there is in regards to the utility savings. When you saw I don't know if people at home saw this, but when you looked at the garage door there for the Hondo fire station, it was amazing to see all of the cold, warm air that's coming through or staying in that building. And so on another note, can you tell me the utility savings contract, what is that?
Yes, Commissioner, Madam Chair. The Guaranteed Utility Savings Contract is a contract to upgrade 13 of our facilities, which are some of our highest energy users in the county. And those upgrades will provide guaranteed savings over the course of the next 15 years for our utilities, and the savings provide for the costs of the upgrades themselves. And that is certified, a guaranteed certification process through the state with a third-party vendor, which is an ESCO or an energy company that specializes in measuring our energy usage and provides us with recommendations for improving our usage.
Thank you.
And so that. Thank you.
So thank you. On that note, when the contract actually assists Santa Fe County in providing recommendations for different types of energy saving measures, does that contract, who's going to actually provide the funding for that? Let's just assume the Hondo volunteer or the Hondo fire station garage needs some taping, weather stripping. Does the contract, do they pay for that, or does the county pay for that?
So currently we would have to find funding for those processes. However, again, stating that the savings pay for themselves over the course of 15 years. And so, for instance, the year out contract that we have right now was approved last year. And so right now we have 13 facilities, and we will look to go towards another batch of buildings, which are at the next highest level of usage in order to meet these goals.
Thank you.
Through an ESCO.
So the year out, the company is year out that we have the contract with. So how much longer is our contract with them? And they actually are doing this, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, for at no charge, correct?
Well, we pay them monthly, but it is actually the savings pay for themselves. If that, I should probably ask Manager Miller with her finance degrees and to explain that further. But the savings that are recouped through this process, even though we are paying them for their labor, we will get those savings back. So in a sense, it's a free service, but they do get paid.
Thank you. I totally follow you. In regards to how much longer is the contract with Year Out, and at what point in looking at all of our facilities, where are they at? Are they at 50%? Are they at 75%? Are they at 25%? And looking at everything that Santa Fe County or they're obligated to do?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, so we have provided reporting on the percentages of where they are through to the BCC, and we will continue to provide that. Right now, we have 4 or 5 buildings that have completed lighting, as well as envelopes and some transformers. It is it's a complex process with teams coming in and completely refitting a swath of buildings at any one time. And so we are looking at 2023 for completion as far as the goal date for certain. We also have within that program, though, some solar installations, and we do have some supply chain issues, as does the rest of the world right now. But our goal for sure is by 2023, all of those buildings will be completed.
Thank you. Also, there's actually a facilities master plan that the county did several years ago. So and I see Paul on there, and I know PJ's around here somewhere. And so that might, I don't know if you've gotten that to the contractor Earwood, because that would actually help them out, because that facilities master plan talks about what let's assume building C, what that roof's built, what the installation is. So if you can get that to them, so that way they're not doing double work, and it might help out everybody. But I appreciate your presentation, and I look forward to meeting with you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
So I did a little bit of research, Commissioner Garcia, Madam Chair, on the issues with solar, and part of there is only 18 PNM facilities throughout the state that are at 15% capacity, and part of the reason that this is happening is because of the interconnection rule and the Grid Modernization Act, which needs to be upgraded. And so once, it is only La Cienega that has the one transformer that is facing that capacity in Santa Fe County. So what is happening is that at the moment in front of the PRC is the Grid Modernization Act, which will allow for more capacity. And so we need to be supporting them to help build out the capacity so that PNM can't limit the capacity. So I'm just wanting to be clear about that just because La Cienega is not able to connect at the moment, which has to do with interconnection rules, many other people in the county can connect, and there is not that problem. But we need to make sure that we're working with the PRC and get this Grid Modernization Act done to upgrade the long-term effects, so that once we get that done, possibly people in Lafayette will be able to connect with their solar to the grid. And the interconnection rule needs to be worked on also.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I certainly follow you on that. And as we all remember, 15 years ago when the New Mexico State Legislature pretty much required PNM to solarize and let's get off of that San Juan plant, and which they're doing an excellent job as into getting off that plant. But once you start upgrading grids, or once you start updating transmission lines, or it comes back to the consumer. And so I know where we're at. The ultimate goal is what the ladies actually presented, is get renewable energy and let's figure out what we need. But it's always the consumer that comes down to painfully. Let's upgrade here. Let's upgrade this. Let's do. But ultimately, it's us, the ratepayer, that actually absorbs those costs. But I certainly follow you. And thank you for doing your research work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So, are there further questions or discussion? This is kind of landmark in the county, and big kudos to Jacqueline and Adeline for bringing this to this point. We have a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Roybal.
I also want to just thank Jacqueline and Adeline for your hard work. And just out of curiosity, we're probably looking at different buildings that we can look at for year out to work on. But if commissioners have any buildings in their district that we'd like to look at to either get solar and look at upgrades for those facilities, is that something that we can ask for you guys to look at, or how would that work?
Jacqueline?
Commissioner Roybal, Madam Chair. Yes, certainly. We have been tracking the utilities usage of all of the facilities within the county's portfolio, and we have ranked them ourselves. Staff has looked over this list for quite some time. And so we know which ones are the high energy users and need some assistance with energy efficiency and performance. So we'd be happy to share that information with commissioners and discuss further, how we make those decisions and the strategy going forward.
Okay, great. And also, I kind of was wondering on new facilities. I know that we're doing a new community center in the Santa Cruz area, and also a Boys and Girls Club. And so I wanted to see if they would be engaged with that new construction project, so that we could get it all together and get it as efficient as possible right at the get-go. So I'm just kind of curious if that would also be a possibility.
Yes, Commissioner Roybal and Madam Chair, we have provided a checklist that is what we call our sustainability checklist for all facilities. And fortunately, the state passed the 2018 IECC, which has given us all a boost and support. So many of the requirements now in construction and new construction do meet a much higher efficiency requirement. There's always more that we could do, absolutely. And so we've provided a checklist for projects to follow, and we try to work as much as we can with them on making sure that those things happen. Of course, a lot of things come down to funding. And so I would love to see funding as a part of the process from the get-go also.
Okay, great. I know that I have a lot of older facilities, community centers and senior centers that used to be schools that, my parents went to school in, and they're just small facilities. So I think a lot of those facilities, I'd really be interested in seeing how those ones were rated. I know they're smaller facilities compared to some of the other facilities that we have, but I'd still, that'd be really interesting. So I'd like to, yeah, definitely get that information. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Roybal. So is there further discussion or any other questions that could be answered at this point from the commission? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. This passes unanimously, and thank you once again for the very hard work on this very important step forward. I think that takes us to item 5C, which is request approval of the Water Policy Advisory Committee's calendar year 2020.
Madam Chair, would you
Oh,
like a
yes, I
resolution
do.
number?
Thank you very much. Want a resolution number?
That would be resolution number 2022-004.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it. And so now that takes us to C, which is the Water Policy Advisory Committee's 2022 work plan. And we are going to John Dupuy. Are you with us?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm here. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. And the current request for approval of the Water Policy Advisory Committee's calendar for year 22 and work plan and meeting calendar are provided as exhibits. And just a little background prior to reviewing some of that material. Resolution 2013-42 created the Water Policy Advisory Committee, and it was subsequently revised or updated, requiring the WPAC to present for the board's approval a work plan and meeting calendar each year. That is what is attached as exhibits to this item. The WPAC, in consultation with the county staff, have developed a work plan and meeting calendar for calendar year 22, and it lists proposed meeting dates on the second Tuesday of each month of 2022. Below are some of the, provided in your memo, some of the 2021 work plan tasks with a status summary, along with the recommended 2022 work plan. A few highlights. Task 1 was to continue work on the drought management planning for the county. And this was again in 2021 status summary. The WPAC completed a drought management guidance document and presented to BCC on October 26, 2021. Specific pieces of the guidance that needed further work and refinement are included in the 2022 work plan. Another highlight is the task was identifying and developing educational outreach opportunities for the purpose of engaging the community on sustainability and resiliency issues related to our water resources. In 2021, the drought management guidance document identified the need to engage domestic well users and other groundwater users in Santa Fe County, not connected to the county utility. The guidance documents also show that a number of the small systems existing in the county, and additionally, a subcommittee has been formed with the City of Santa Fe Water Conservation Committee to discuss joint messaging and other collaboration around conservation and sustainability for our city and county water customers. The 2022 work plan proposes that this work continue as well. In the 2022 work plan, besides additional educational outreach and city-county partnership, we've also identified floodplain management, specifically to explore needs and opportunities related to flood impacts, management, and potential mitigations. And last, domestic wells, a task to develop a summary of current knowledge of domestic wells within Santa Fe County. The action requested is approval of the Water Policy Advisory Committee's calendar year 2022 work plan and meeting calendar. I stand for any questions.
Thanks very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess my one question is, I know that the city and the county are working on the reuse pipeline, excuse me, community engagement plan, and I wonder if there's any, sorry, any reason for this committee to be involved in that, or if not, how are we following the progress of that community engagement plan for the reuse pipeline?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Hughes. The engagement process currently does not involve the WPAC directly, but there are members of the WPAC who were identified through the coalition that was assembled specifically to provide some initial interaction. And one of the things identified in that initial interaction is specific other entities to engage with. Some rising to the top are our Pueblo communities and other identified communities that we will be engaging with. And I don't think it's beyond the realm of at some point having something to bring to the WPAC potentially. We do have the opportunity to amend the work plan, but one of the focuses was to minimize what they're focusing on or allocating their time towards so that they can be effective and have a productive work product able to be accomplished.
Okay, thank you. So I think Anjali was working on that. Do we have a staff person now assigned to following the community plan for the reuse pipeline?
Commissioner Hughes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, that would be me. And I have touched base with one of the representatives on the path forward. Our next interaction will be a 1 to 2 hour meeting in the upcoming week after work hours to let them review the draft RFP that we've assembled with our consultant and with their input as well. So just confirming that we're hearing what they're requesting and trying to move forward so that everyone's on the same page.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps when there's a appropriate time, we could maybe get a report on that process to us, because we did spend a lot of time talking about getting it set up, and I'd like to, get filled in at some point when there's some progress to report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you for your presentation. I like the picture behind you, John. Looks really good. Water, water, water. And so that's kind of where we are in regards to this overall calendar that we're talking about drought and water. And I think the Commissioner Hughes brought up is into how do we coordinate with the reuse of the pipeline is an excellent idea. How do we do that? You as staff need to guide us as into how do we look at all these different water projects or water users that are coming up, correct? We brought up earlier in regards to the Quill plant. That's another water user type of a water pipeline. And on another note, I don't know if anybody's looked at tomorrow's agenda for the Planning Commission at the City of Santa Fe. There's roughly about 13, 15 different subdivisions that are coming forward to the Planning Commission at the City of Santa Fe. And here at the county, we're trying to, we want to look into see how we can handle drought. So, John, you have to help me or guide us as into how do we work with these subdividers? How do we work with the zoning code as into how do we figure all this whole drought stuff? Because, there's no snow-capped mountains, and it's just going to not get better and better. But I appreciate your work plan in regards to the drought and the meetings that we have, and we just need to continue meeting and talking about drought because we're going to have subdivisions coming forward. That's obviously going to take water. I know one of the items we have in there is trying to get individuals off of wells. And in my part of the portion of the county that I represent is a little challenging for me because we don't have no county water in that part of the community down south. Yes, we do have some water systems in the Edgewood area, but one of the areas we do have is the La Cienega, and La Cienega is challenged because in order to connect to that water pipe that is actually 20 feet away, you basically need to bring water rights to the table. And so it costs that individual minimal of $20,000-$30,000 to bring water rights to connect to that 20-foot, that pipe that's 20 feet away. And so I understand the whole drought stuff. It's, in the paper this a couple of weeks ago was in regards to a rancher down in the village near La Bajada. He's getting creative, and he's actually not disking his property so much. He's actually kind of going with covered drought watering. That makes total sense. But I understand your plan, and I see how your plan is moving forward, and just have to guide us as into where you think your best ideas are as into talking about drought, because we up here probably won't see it when that Rio Grande dries up, and everybody's has bought water rights on that Rio Grande, and there's no water in that Rio Grande. But thank you for your presentation, John. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John. We at the Buckman Direct Diversion at our last meeting appointed Tom Eaglehoff to the Water Policy Advisory Board. You will have somebody from the Buckman Direct Diversion and also from Las Campanas on that board. So I think that will be good. And with that, I appreciate everybody's discussion, especially Commissioner Garcia, about the Planning Commission at the city. More than half of those 13 lists of subdivisions are in my district. So it is very concerning to me. And with that, I want to make a motion to approve the Water Policy Advisory Committee calendar for year 2022, work plan and meeting calendar.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. And under just a little bit of further discussion, I wanted to ask John, even though she's might be a hard act to follow, who is going to replace Anjali as to staff the WPAC? Is that also you?
Madam Chair, that is correct. We have the position posted, and we'll move expeditiously to try and fill that position. But in the interim, it will definitely be me covering those, and potentially into the future, maybe partnered with the new employee.
Excellent, thank you. So is there any further discussion? Not, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you, so that passes, and thank you very much, John. And that moves us to 5D, which is a resolution adopting the Transportation Advisory Committee 2022 work plan. And Brett Clavio, welcome. Is the light on your microphone? You could just sit there, that would be good. I think they did move the mics, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so this item is similar to the previous one. It's a resolution requesting approval of the Transportation Advisory Committee 2022 work plan and meeting schedule. A little background is that this work plan was established by the enabling resolution for the Transportation Advisory Committee, number 2015-13. Basically spells out what should be included in the work plan, and I've itemized that into 9 categories. We've got a road acceptance proposals, number 1, other right-of-way duties, number 2, Santa Fe County Road Improvement Policy, number 3, County Transportation Plan Development, number 4, Transportation Finance Review, number 5, Transportation Project Prioritization, number 6, other tasks as assigned by BCC, number 7, and number 8 is next year's work plan, and number 9 is next year's roadmap. In Exhibit A, you can see the breakdown of the tasks and how we plan to tackle them. The TAC does meet quarterly, and it meets the second, actually the third Wednesday of the month. So that'd be February 16th of this year, May 18th, August 17th, and November 16th, all at 5:30 p.m. Currently, it'll be on WebEx. And with that, I stand for any questions or comments.
Madam Chair. Yeah, so thank you, Brent, very much. On Friday last week, New Mexico County had an infrastructure meeting, and it was very informative. Secretary Sandoval was there and spoke about a lot of the transportation issues and the amount of money that is coming down the pike, so to speak, for many things. And he encouraged our more participation in the MPOs. He actually said, if you're not involved in the MPO, get involved. And, you know, luckily Santa Fe County is involved in the MPO, and which I think everyone on this commission knows that I fully support and am a big fan of. I think transportation is really important. I also attended the Transportation Advisory Committee for the state, which was very informative also. With that, I would like to make a motion to approve the Transportation Advisory Committee 2022 work plan.
Second.
Aye.
Thank you.
Happy to provide that, Madam Chair. That would be Resolution 2022-005.
Madam Chair, I just want the record to reflect that I voted in the affirmative. I don't think I am muted in time.
No, and I was not on either. I apologize. So do I need to repeat myself? Okay, I'm good. Daniel and Sarah, take it away.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Daniel Fresquez. I'm the Media Coordinator for the Santa Fe County Manager's Office. And joining me virtually is Sarah Smith, the Constituent Services Liaison for District 2. We're here to present interactive story maps for the 2022 ICIP funding requests for the 56th legislative session. A story map is a web-based online map that integrates maps, legends, text, photos, and sometimes videos, and becomes a standalone resource for dynamic content. The maps that we're presenting today contain a total of 60 projects that were approved by the BCC via a resolution in August of 2021, as well as a resolution in January of 2022. Sarah and I worked with Christopher Visa in GIS and Maggie Moore in planning to organize project information and to design the maps. The maps were created to simplify legislation's ability to locate and review the county's funding request with just a few clicks of their mouse. And I would like to share my screen to show you how to navigate to the maps and also show the ICIP webpage. So the maps are featured on the county's main website under the popular link section, as well as on the large carousel directly below this very large image here. They were also provided to legislators by our legislative team via letters and flyers. We created 3 separate maps, one of each, one for senators, representatives, and commission. When you open the map, you'll see a list of legislators to the left, as well as their projects to the right. Upon clicking on one of the legislators, all of the projects in their districts will populate on the right above the map. Upon clicking on a project, that will cue the map to display aerial imagery of the project location, and the map displays project information such as legislative district, total cost, description, and funding secured and recommended funding request. Each map also displays a list of commissioner top priorities at the very bottom. We are very confident that these maps will clearly display and define the county's funding requests, and we stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Frescas. Is there any questions of the commission? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Daniel. I look forward to exploring these maps and seeing them, but I think it is a really great tool that we can have in our toolbox to allow legislators and the commission and everyone to see our projects and understand what needs to be done. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any additional comments, questions for Mr. Frescas? I have one, Daniel Frescas. I think for an individual myself that has been working on the ICAP plan for many, many years and working on several projects and how the ICAP plan works through several legislative sessions as well as governors, as well as our county attorney, Mr. Schaefer there, who actually was the lead attorney for Department of Finance and Administration. So I think this is actually a very great, useful tool that our legislative delegation actually can look at. And I just want to make sure that we did get it to each one of them. Did we actually walk them through how to do all this? Do you know, Mr. Frescas?
Mr. Chair, I do not believe we walked them through it. We did send through mail, I believe we did send the flyers that just gives them access to it. It's pretty intuitive, in my opinion, but I'd be happy to do an online tutorial if needed.
Thank you. Just because I know the request for a lot of these projects on the ICAP plan was actually due on the 14th, which is roughly 7-8 days before the actual legislative session. But however, I just want to make sure that they have the ability to look at it, because if I'm the example that you showed, the first example from our representative down in the Edgewood area, which she has the 2 projects, San Pedro Park area, and then she also has the Edgewood Fire Station addition request. But this would be good for them to look at it and upgrade it, or just to look at it. This is actually good information for them, because in the past we'd have to have staff, we'd have to pull out a map, look at this, or where is this at, how does this work? But this is actually very good. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These maps were completed probably earlier in mid-January, and I'm not too sure what day we sent them to the legislators, but I can confirm that and get back with you.
Thank you. So, answer the question. Is there some recommendations for additional item C? Sorry, that's for Commissioner Roybal. Commissioner, are you there?
Yes, Commissioner. No, there isn't. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Frescas, you and your team, Sarah, from the liaison's office, and everybody else that has worked on the ICIP plan, because this takes a team effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Down the agenda, item number 7, matters of public concern. This is actually the item on the agenda where anybody from the public would like to address the county commission. Tessa, Joe, is there anybody on the public for matters from public concern?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 5 individuals who've signed up thus far.
Okay. Who's our first individual?
right. Our first individual is Mariel Nanasi, and if you would like us to, we can put up the timer for the 3 minutes that we allow.
Yes, and can somebody just briefly go over for the 5 individuals from public concern what the 3 minutes is for, and just let them know?
We place a timer for individuals who are making public comments to allow for equal time for all who are speaking to the commission. So once you start speaking, we will begin that timer.
Thank you. And just I need to probably talk with the chair. I know on the school board, what we do for public concern, and this is definitely with all my colleagues, is one of the things is from the general public, no bashing staff. They do not talk about personnel matters and any pending or threatening lawsuits. So that's something I'd like to talk to, go through our chair, obviously, and talk with Mr. Schaefer if those could be some recommendations we do have for public comment. But that is the reason for the 3 minutes as of today. So our first speaker is
Mariel Nanasi.
Go ahead, Mr. Mossy. Mariel Mossy, are you there?
Mr. Chair, do we need to swear people in for public hearing? I can't remember when we, or Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, for public hearings, yes, but not for public comment. This is public
not
comment.
Public comment. Okay, thank you.
Maybe we should go on and come back to her later.
Yeah, so can we bring in the next speaker? I mean, we can still
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Seneca Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. So hello, Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is Seneca Johnson, and I'm here as a representative for YUCCA, or Youth United for Climate Crisis Action. I'm 20 years old. I'm from the Muskogee and Seminole Nations, and I grew up here in Santa Fe. I currently work in Santa Fe for Earth Care, where many of our YUCCA members reside, and both YUCCA and Earth Care strongly support the public power resolution. As young New Mexicans, we love our state and our home, and we want to imagine a future for ourselves here, which is getting harder and harder to do as we have winters like this one with virtually no snow. We're frightened by the abusive relationship we witness between our state and extractive and predatory corporate utilities and industry. The current utility model is not working for our communities or for our environment. Our communities want clean energy, and we want opportunities to pursue local economic development that don't trade the long-term health and livability for the place that we love for short-term and short-sighted revenue that comes at the cost of human life and the stability of our climate. Public power will give our communities the freedom to control our own energy futures and supplies. We'll be able to reinvest energy dollars back into our communities, and hundreds of millions of dollars that New Mexicans spend on electricity will no longer be exported to out-of-state shareholders, but can be a critical part of the puzzle as we transition and do our part to address both climate and economic justice. We want to study this possibility and to map it out, to learn about the benefits, the risks, and the best path forward for the greatest success. And we want to know the true potential of transitioning our economic development into the hands of our communities and creating alternative, sustainable sources of energy revenue so we can break free from corporate control. We know that you share our values and our concerns, and we're very grateful for the county's leadership on solar. And we think communities throughout New Mexico will want to be able to pursue the benefits of renewable energy just like you all have. Public power would mean that you all have even more control to meet your carbon emissions reduction and economic development goals. And yeah, thank you so much for voting in support of this resolution, which will communicate to both the PRC and the state legislature that we need to study this path forward for the people of our state and for the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Seneca Johnson. Appreciate that. Tessa, can you bring in speaker number 3?
Mr. Paul Campos.
Ex-Commissioner Paul Campos, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you for your public service. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm here as a private citizen and a former county commissioner who back in 2005 began the discussion about public power in New Mexico. I'm asking you to approve a Senate memorial asking that there be a study to determine whether the creation of a public electric utility is feasible. This memorial is supported by 15 senators and representatives. It is sponsored by Liz Stefanik, a former Board of County Commission member. And the memorial simply asks that we study our options and determine feasibility. Former County Commissioner Kathy Holian, I believe, has emailed the commissioners in support of this memorial. Basically, we're looking for a better way, commissioners. How can we establish a public electric utility that works for New Mexico and its citizens? It has become clear to me that the investor-owned utilities who put interest above everything else are not working for New Mexico. New Mexico, I believe, has an obligation to design, build an energy system that works for all New Mexicans and which keeps our wealth in the state. J.D. Powers has evaluated utilities throughout the country. The top 5 rated utilities are publicly owned. 14 of the top 20 are publicly owned. The state of Nebraska has a public utility statewide. They've had this since after the Depression. Benefits, what we're looking at, PNM has a high cost model. It's an expensive operation. New Mexico can borrow at a better rate and thus produce. They can bond and borrow money at a lesser rate. Thus they can reduce the price. New Mexico does not have to pay an income tax. New Mexico does not have to pay a 10 to 11% profit to PNM shareholders. A public utility usually charges about 10% less than a privately owned. What would happen here, I believe, is that New Mexico could attract more businesses who are looking for less expensive green electricity. I thank you for your consideration. I ask for your support. If you support this, I ask you to contact your legislators and ask them for their support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Paul Campos. Tessa, can you bring in speaker number 4? The fourth?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Paul Gibson.
Paul Gibson?
Gibson.
Gibson. Mr. Gibson, are you there? Mr. Gibson, are you there?
Opportunity to speak in support of the resolution you have before you. In today's hearing, before this came up on the agenda, I heard Commissioner Garcia express frustration about going back many years, about how hard it was to push PNM to pursue development of renewable energy. And later, I heard from Commissioner Hughes about frustration at not being able to access PNM's solar grid. I mention this to frame my comments about why we should pursue public power. Investor-owned utilities like PNM have a fiduciary duty to maximize the return on investment for shareholders, creating a tension between financial interests of shareholders and community priorities, like the ones you were talking about just a few minutes ago. They receive a guaranteed return on their investment of between 9 and 10%, which means they have a perverse incentive to invest in expensive stuff like coal and gas and San Juan, and how difficult it was to get them to shut that down. It was shut down, but it was no easy task. And so I think if you want to hitch your wagon to that utility model, what you're going to face in the future is basically a future of disappointment and frustration at trying to get them to move, disappointment and delay in trying to get them to move in the direction we all need to move in. Public power offers an alternative to this, and Senator Liz Stefanik has introduced a memorial, as Paul Campos has said, that would direct the state to study public power and how it could benefit the state, and actually just lay out a roadmap so that in another future session, they could implement public power with confidence. So all we're asking for is to support a memorial to plan and study. Otherwise, you're saying, no, we're really happy with the current situation, which clearly you're not. Put frankly, IOUs are organized for profit, not for you or your concerns about tying into their solar grid or moving to or developing new solar operations, because solar is not as expensive as other options that they would like to pursue, like gas and oil. The point is that at this point in time it's urgent that we start to make these plans. The U.S. energy sector will see trillions of dollars of investment in the next 15 years in order to upgrade energy infrastructure and facilitate the transition from fossil fuels to renewables. And we have the potential with so much wind and solar to export that renewable energy to other states at immense profit to the state of New Mexico. And with that, I will close and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Paul Gibson. Tessa, speaker number 5.
Crystal Curley.
Miss Crystal Curley, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good afternoon, County Commissioners and audience members. My name is Crystal Curley, and I'm the Executive Director of a nonprofit called Indigenous Lifeways. And I'm here to express my support for public power initiatives in our state. I strongly believe that public power is a just way of owning and exporting renewable energy. Our first step, like all initiatives, starts with a comprehensive study. A study of public power will determine if public power is for our communities and for our state. As we collectively face climate change and the current energy crisis, we want to ensure we are making the best choices and investing in the right technologies, the economy, and the right studies that will address this issue. Public power does sound like an incredible solution to our current crisis, but we will never know until we have a fair, unbiased investigation of this possible solution. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. Tessa, can we try to get on Meryl Massey back?
It doesn't appear that she has signed on to WebEx yet, and I've been watching.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Cynthia Mitchell, who's also wanting to speak on public power.
Okay, is she still there?
She's there. I see her.
Good. Tessa, can you give us her name, please?
Cynthia Mitchell?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
See me? Great. Thank you. As a career energy economist, I was an expert witness to state public utility commissions and consumer advocate offices around the country. My gig was changing the electric utility industry's grow and build corporate business model of ever-increasing investments in power plants and related infrastructure to feed Wall Street earnings to a sustainable business model meeting energy needs at the lowest cost, leaving more money in consumer pocketbooks while growing state economic development to renewable energy and energy efficiency. With private investor-owned utilities, it's a constant uphill battle of complex to convoluted regulations that at best result in a 2 steps forward, 1 step or more back tango. There is an inherent conflict of interest between shareholders and ratepayers that in my decades of work has yet to be resolved. The industry's build out of coal generation, such as Four Corners, followed by dozens of gas power plants across the country, as the price of wind and solar has become increasingly competitive and reliable, and energy efficiency always the lowest cost resource, is because large coal and gas infrastructure projects are how private utilities make their money. for Wall Street. They don't make money on energy efficiency or wind and solar built by non-utility generators. And they could build wind and solar themselves, but they're hooked at the hip to the fossil fuel industry. That's why a Southern California Edison executive told me several years ago that the state requirements to save energy was just a regulatory compliance function. In other words, look good on paper and keep with the grow and build. New Mexico has a historic opportunity to put the public front and center in the state's energy future through a formal study of the benefits of public power. We can stabilize rates, achieve zero carbon ahead of the state mandate, and develop a resilient distribution grid that will improve reliability and withstand extreme weather disruptions as Texas experienced just last February. And yes, as other speakers have stated, there is an unprecedented opportunity to generate revenue for the state and facilitate the deployment of New Mexico's extraordinary potential for renewable energy. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cynthia Mitchell. Tessa, are there any more speakers?
Mr. Chair, there's no one else that has signed up for public comment thus far.
Thank you for the speakers. Thank you for being patient with us and going through our agenda, and thank you for speaking up. This is actually the great and proper time for local government to hear from the general public. Thank you, and I'll be turning it back over to Chairman Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Garcia, for carrying the meeting and doing such an excellent job on the public comment. And so we will, if there are no other people who want to, from the public who want to address the commission, we'll close matters of public concern and move on to number 8, which is matters from the county manager. 8A is COVID updates, and we'll go to Manager Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I gotta get another document open. I'll be too many things going on at once. Here we go. Okay. So, unfortunately, as you know, there's been a surge in the positivity rate and the COVID numbers with the Omicron variant. We continue to see that rise in COVID-19 cases, and especially as Omicron becomes the dominant variant. In the past week, both New Mexico and Santa Fe County's number of positive cases reached new peaks as the numbers doubled in a matter of days. The data I have is from January 24th from the Department of Health. The 7-day positivity rate for all of New Mexico is 30.8%. Essentially, that's 1 in 3 people who test. And that's data that the state receives. You know, this doesn't count if somebody is testing with an antigen test at home and realizing that's adequate to know that they have a positive and they don't go on to get a test from the state or with a agency that actually reports to the state. Also, new positive cases Saturday, Sunday, and Monday for New Mexico, almost 15,000, 14,898. And for Santa Fe County, the weekend daily average was 309 with a total of 929 positives. But on what I'll say the good news side is that our vaccination rates are pretty high. New Mexico for 18 and over, 1 dose at 91.2%. New Mexico fully vaccinated at 77.1%. New Mexico eligible residents with a booster at almost 41% at 40.8%. Santa Fe County, 18 and above with 1 dose, 99%. And Santa Fe County fully vaccinated, 86.4%. We are still having county vaccination events because Vaccinations decrease the severity if you do happen to get COVID. And the events we have in Edgewood, February 15th through the 20th. The times will be determined. And then we'll have the week of the 23rd through the 27th, we will have additional events and we'll provide those locations. We've been working with different organizations to make sure that we continue to provide open vaccination events. Then we've also had CDC and Santa Fe County Office of Emergency Management testing events. And over the next 21 days, February 1st through the 21st, we're trying to have our fairgrounds open for a testing site. And we're waiting to hear back from CDC on the start times for that. Also, free rapid test kits. Department of Health has sent our emergency management team 21,000 rapid test kits for distribution for both Santa Fe County and Santa Fe City for targeted areas and for essential employees. Each of those kits has 2 rapid tests per box. They're intended to be used within a few days of each other to look for antigens. They are antigen tests. And then New Mexico Department of Health has advised that the 87507 zip code, which is kind of the southwest part of the city, and the unincorporated areas around the southwest part of the city of Santa Fe are going to be the first targeted area of the community. Cadets with OEM have loaded up the city's allotment yesterday, and the city will also be targeting that zip code area of 87507. Our fire department is currently working with HR to develop a process for distribution to county employees and county essential employees and departments. And we expect some supplemental shipments of more rapid test kits in the future. We just don't know exactly when that will happen. We also sent out to all of the employees the federal web link to register to have tests sent directly to your home. So staff can log in there and sign up for the federal distribution list of self-tests for to be sent to their home. Also, we have community points of distribution in Romero Park on January 28th from 3 to 7 p.m. and the Santa Fe Downs on January 29th from 8 to 12 p.m. And we're working, our community services is still working with Fire Stick Studios to continue public awareness campaigns to acknowledge there is associated stress with the continuing COVID pandemic, identifying signs and symptoms, and helping people find help in dealing with the stress. We're also working on culturally appropriate language and artwork, and we are continuing to push out posters, bus wraps, and targeted social media posts in both Spanish and English to make sure that we get the word out about available tests, vaccination, quarantining, advocating for mask use and social distancing. And then our senior services, as you know, we are still, we're not providing congregate meals. We're still delivering meals to our seniors. In January, so far, we've delivered 4,840 meals to our senior services, our seniors by senior services, and we've delivered 110 bags of produce and 110 food boxes that we received from the Food Depot for distribution this week. And then we're averaging about 5 trips per day for our high-risk medical seniors in the county. And we are still providing those transportation services. And I believe that is it on the COVID updates too. Oh, and we're also working, and I'm working with legal on an updated mask policy. I just need to get back with them about distributing N95s or KN95s to staff. They're not required as they need a proper fit test and respiratory test. But we do want to make them available for those staff who would like that additional protection. So we're working on adjusting our policy to make that an option for county employees as well. And that's all on my COVID updates, and I stand for questions from the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Are there any questions from commissioners or comments? Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Manager Miller. In the trends, do we see that we have hit the peak, or did I miss that? I'm sorry if you said that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I did not comment on that. However, I did have a conversation with Christa St. Vincent's. They said they are seeing in their testing numbers kind of a plateau. I have heard that as well at the state level, but I would not want to be one to say that that's a definitive. I know at the national level, they're seeing that in some areas, but we were a little later hit than other areas of the country by the Omicron variant. But there are some indications that we might be plateauing.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Are there any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Manager Miller, for being on the upfront with this stuff, and thank you for doing all we can possibly do to keep our staff safe, because this stuff is, looking at the news, national news, it's just horrible. But thank you for doing what we need to do to keep our employees safe. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other questions for Manager Miller on this update topic? Hearing none, we can go to 8B, which is an update on the first session of the legislature.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I would like to call upon Hutchie Miller to give you the latest and greatest with our legislative session.
Thank you very much, and
Hutchie.
welcome, Hutchie.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm joining you from just down the road at 100 Ketchum.
Yeah.
I
Sitting
really hope
outside
you're
of-
not sitting in the parking lot.
I hope you're.
It's a nice.
Madam
It's a
Chair,
nice
I hope
day
you're sitting
today.
in the crosswalk or something, Mr. Miller, not on the road, or maybe on the sidewalk. Good job.
So today we're still in the early phases of the session. February 2nd is the last day for introduction, and the session will end on the 17th of February. So still in the early part. What I had sent the commission earlier, and what Daniel is showing on the screen now, is the first part of the 4 different reports. And what I was wanting to show you here was that what you have provided in the way of resolutions has been a great help to broadly focus on different types of legislation, which focus on the specific resolutions that have been enacted. And so we have 7 different resolutions that are in place right now that relate to legislation. And with those, I have listed here the different pieces of legislation which are related to each resolution. And one correction that I did need to make right here on this first page is related to House Memorial 11 and Senate Memorial 6. And those are the same topic, and those are task force on unified jail and prison system. So that's just a study that is being requested of the state to take a look at the different jails, correctional facilities within the state, and seeing if there's a better way to manage them other than the individual county way that is most often followed, and if there could be a savings and a better use of manpower to operate these facilities. So I have it listed here under Resolution 2021 106, but that actually wasn't included in the New Mexico County's priorities, because my understanding is that the NM counties wasn't able to endorse a Senate or House memorial, specifically only bills. So in order to solidify the support of this particular memorial, I would need the commission's direction to do so, and then I could include it in here as one of our supported items. So the inclusion of those was done so in error, so I would need to remove House Memorial 11 and Senate Memorial 6 at this time. Other than that, like I had mentioned, it's very good the way that the commission has provided direction so far, and I've been able to capture most of the items which have shown interest by the commission, and in particular Resolution 121, which related to sustainability and climate action, was able to capture most of the pieces of legislation related to any environmental causes being undertaken during the legislature at this time. And that, to my knowledge, that does capture actually the memorial that was being spoken about previously in the meeting, which was Senate Memorial 10. And public utilities is actually spoken about in Resolution 2021-110 and Resolution 2021-121. So, like I was saying, it's very good the way that these topics allowed us to look at many different pieces of legislation and to go forward and not just be specifically tied to one bill number and limit our support or opposition to any pieces of legislation based on a sole bill number. With that, I don't know if there's any particular questions on the items which were shown with in the tracking list related to the specific resolutions.
Thank you very much, Hachi. Let me just clarify, though, that in addition to any general questions, you'd like to get some feedback on whether the board is interested in pursuing and or supporting HM 11 having to do with the unified prison system, study on a unified prison system.
Madam Chair, we can do that now, or the next part of my presentation was going into looking at other items that may be of interest to the county commission, whether they want to offer any support or opposition to these items. So it's up to you if you'd like to do that now, or make any decision on those particular or that particular House memorial and that particular Senate memorial.
So you have another piece of presentation coming up?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so at this juncture, do any commissioners have any questions or comments in general?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for this list. It's quite a long list, I did notice that probably in the housing section, there are a few bills that relate to this that aren't on the list yet, and maybe I can just email those to you so we can follow those. Other than that, great presentation.
Thank you.
It's also, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, that's a great presentation. I know you and I have worked that session for many years, and I'm sure it's a whole different ballgame out there, and it's probably a little bit challenging and difficult for individuals like you to get in there, get through there, and figure out where people are and what's happening, but good job. I appreciate that, the work that you do. And just another quick comment, just a quick comment to see a smile on your face. Is the road blocked behind you? Because I haven't seen a car go by. But,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, just enjoying the sunshine on my shoulders.
well, good job out there, Hutch. I know it's probably challenging to be at that roundhouse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel, if you could actually move to part 4, which is the governor's agenda items. So what Daniel is displaying now is the particular agenda items that the governor has put on her agenda, and these specific items and legislation related to these items are the items that are going to be pushed by her office. And so in all likelihood, there's going to be legislation introduced related to each of these items. And if they get to her office, that's in all likelihood, if they haven't changed that much through the process of going through the House and Senate, they will be signed into law. So this is where I wanted to start with, to see if any of these particular agenda items the commission would want to provide any support towards. And that way, any item seen here under the governor's agenda can then be encompassed in a broad look at legislation relating to any of these items. So I can go through the list here. At the top is education, providing raises for educators, and making free train more public safety officers. Second item under that heading is keeping violent offenders off Mexico streets. Next is increasing penalties for violent offenders. The next item is economic development, cutting gross receipts taxes for all New Mexicans. Second, expanding the Buy New Mexico initiative. Next, establishing New Mexico as a national hydrogen hub, followed by establishing a state media academy, and followed by expanding job training and economic development programs. Next subject is environment, creating the land of enchantment bond. Next, reaching net zero by 2050, followed by setting a clean fuel standard. And her last subject is health, well-being, and quality of life. And under this item is improving the New Mexico Veterans Home, followed by a significant of legislation related to any of those topics are in all likelihood going to be signed off and put into law by the governor.
So are we ready to go to the commissioners for input?
You can at this point, but I can report provide. And these are items that are identified that could be of interest to the county, but aren't specifically related to any of the resolutions in place currently related to 2022 legislative session. And in particular, I have looked and I've seen different categories within the 66 different pieces of legislation which are listed here. And I, from previous discussions had by the commission, some 3 topics did come out as items of interest that I've heard before, and they may be an interest, of support to the commission. And the first subject is public-private legislation, anti-donation, and these are represented by HB 55 and HJR1, shown in this county watch list. And my understanding is that this would help governments utilize public dollars in the areas of need within their communities and throughout the state. One common example that I've heard is utilizing public funds to expand broadband access. So because governments aren't allowed to give money to, let's say, an Xfinity or one of the local internet providers, they are precluded from going that last step to provide that broadband access. Opening up their public-private partnerships would allow further reach with the public dollars to provide the help where the help is needed. There's other examples, but I've heard that one utilized quite a bit in the discussions regarding public and private partnerships, anti-donation restrictions. So those particular 2 pieces of legislations are looking at ways to utilize public dollars for an expanded use of need among the private citizens within the state. The next topic that I've heard discussed was tax exemption for Social Security income. And currently there's 4 pieces of legislation related to that: House Bill 48, House Bill 49, Senate Bill 108, and Senate Bill 121. The only difference between those 4 bills is that House Bill 49 is a phased-in approach of exempting that Social Security income. And the other 3 are almost all similar in that they would just enact the Social Security income exemption. So at the point where the law is enacted, Social Security income would become exempt from the state income taxes. And the third item, which I had identified through these pieces of legislation, is paid family leave. And there's 2 pieces of legislation related to this topic: Senate Memorial 1 and House Memorial 3. And these 2 pieces of legislation would not enact paid family leave throughout the state, but it would just take a look at how to do so and what are the benefits and obstacles to implementing such a paid family leave throughout the state. And finally, part 3 of my reports given was related to crime. And currently we don't have any resolutions specifically related to any crime-related legislation. So I don't have any specific recommendations towards any of these pieces of legislation. But as you could see in the governor's agenda items, this was one of her topics that she wanted to tackle. As it could be seen across media within recent years shows a higher rate of crime occurring throughout the entire state, and not just in metropolitan areas, but also in the rural areas of the state. And so this is a matter that affects all the citizens statewide. So those are the, in part 2 and part 3 are the items which are currently introduced that could be possibly given support at this time, or any opposition to any of the bills as well. And I would just also like to add that, like we've had in these other resolutions and the 7 other resolutions provided by the commission, which allow tracking and following and supporting pieces of legislation, I think a more generalized, broad topic, support or opposition of a piece of legislation is helpful to the legislative team to follow. So if the commission saw a particular piece of legislation and a bill number attached to that particular piece of legislation, it might be helpful not to just say, example, Senate Bill X is supported, but it might be more helpful to say Senate Bill X and all similarly related pieces of legislation are supported by the county. So with that, I'll answer any questions or listen to any comments provided at this time.
Thank you so much, Hardy. Are there commissioners who have questions and comments on all these various pieces of legislation, including any input on things you might like to see either tracked and or supported? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like you to let us, I do support repealing the tax on Social Security. I don't have all those bills in front of me, but that is the one bill that I do believe. But, you know, I would like to read some of those bills to see what they say. I think that somebody making $200,000 and is getting Social Security might still need to be taxed. You know, somebody making $50,000 shouldn't probably not be taxed. You know, there's, and I don't know how these bills are written since I haven't seen them, but I do support the repeal of taxing Social Security. At the moment, I don't have enough information about the crime bills. I think that gang problem is a huge problem throughout New Mexico, and it needs to be looked at, but how the money is spent in communities, like what I have heard, but I don't have enough knowledge at the moment, is that the crime bills are helping with the state police, and it is local police who are impacted by the crime. You know, I mean, clearly Albuquerque has more crime than Santa Fe, but Albuquerque is a lot bigger city and county. So, you know, those are things that we have to take into consideration with those issues. I did ask Sarah to print out all your papers, so I'll look them over. And thank you, Sarah. so that I'll let somebody else speak. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia, did I see your?
Yes, thank you, as Commissioner Hanson, and we all know bills at the Roundhouse can change in a heartbeat over there, basically in a heartbeat. But nonetheless, I would just take the lead from Hutch, Manager Miller, as well as the New Mexico counties to see and fit what's best for the counties. As you know, a lot of the stuff, as the Commissioner said, tax and Social Security, renewable energy, all that stuff. Public education is what I'm interested in because that's actually one of the core values of our communities. Just there's a lot of bills out there that are floating around. And I'm sorry, Mr. Miller, when did you say the last day for introduction was?
February 2nd, I think.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, that's correct, February 2nd.
That's Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay, but thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, thank you. In looking at the governor's agenda, I think we would probably all support the environment. The three items under the environment: creating the land of enchantment bond, reaching net zero by 2050, and setting a clean fuel standard. I think the one above that we'd have to be careful of is establishing New Mexico as a national hydrogen hub. Most of the environmental organizations are opposed to that because of it's unknown whether creating hydrogen from natural gas can ever be done cleanly, and apparently it's quite possible that it could create more carbon doing it that way than just burning the natural gas as natural gas. So that might be something that's worth researching, but I don't think we would want to support that in its current form. But I don't know, are we going to vote on these, or are we just giving Hutch some ideas of what to follow and support?
I think we're going to give ideas, and then if there are some common themes, we could, if they're the ones that are common among enough commissioners, we could certainly make a motion for. Are those the ones you wanted to mention right now?
Yeah, I think the three that appealed to me were the three under the environment
Right.
section.
So let me ask Commissioner Roybal before I go back to Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Roybal, do you have some thoughts on legislation you'd like to have followed?
Not at this time. I'll call Hutchie if I think of anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, I agree with Commissioner Hughes on all of the ones on the environment, and I agree with him on the hydrogen hub. I don't feel that there's enough information. When I was on a call last week, it was the infrastructure call with the New Mexico counties. We didn't get very much information on the hydrogen because this is really somebody else's specialty from the New Mexico Environment Department. And so I don't have the information to make a comment, except for that I hear the same things that Commissioner Hughes says, and I agree with him, and so I can't support a hydrogen hub without really more information, because it doesn't seem to be of benefit to the constituents, and we have a climate crisis, and if we're just pumping more carbon into the air, only in a different form, I don't see the point. So with that, and then also on the governor's call, I'll leave it there at the moment. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So I have to also say that I agree with Commissioners Hughes and Hanson on supporting the three environmental items on the list. I think those would be well worth following and supporting. And interesting, but I definitely agree on the hydrogen hub thing. A lot more information is needed. The energy trade-offs have been called into question for a while by professionals, and so and assuming that the energy trade-off is not favorable that effort competes with other, zero carbon efforts and, renewable energy efforts. In addition to those things, I would support the exemption of Social Security from taxation. And I also would like to at least follow Joy Garrett's House Bill 55 or any related legislation having to do with the anti-donation modification, because I think that's something that definitively stands in the way of expanding broadband, and it's not a wholesale change. It's a fairly, my current understanding, which could be wrong, is that it's a fairly targeted change that would benefit the state's ability to move forward on using the substantial funding that's available to help improve the broadband availability problem in the state. So is there other discussion on this item?
Just, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garcia.
I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually wait, and I totally support what you all support. We just want to probably wait to our next county commission meeting, because at our next county commission meeting, the session will be over, and at that time we can actually see all the bills that got through both houses. And once we see the bills that actually got through both houses, then we can actually make a full commission determination as to whether we're for that one, not that one, this one, or not that one. But all these bills as presented actually affect local government or a constituency in one way or another. So that's what I'm going to do. But if you all want to take some bills forward and support them, I'm totally for that. Thank you.
So the question stands like, is this sufficient? It's not sufficient. Can I go to Attorney Schaefer for input? I'm going to go to Attorney Schaefer first.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I think the request from staff is that if you would like staff to somehow go forward and express that the county as an entity, meaning the Board of County Commissioners, supports or doesn't support a bill, that would properly be done as part of a motion, as opposed to individual commissioners expressing opinions. I think that would be appropriate.
Okay. So there were only 4 items actually that I heard more than 2 commissioners speak to, and those were the 3 environmental things positively and reservations about the hydrogen. And if I missed, and Social Security, did 3 people speak to that, or I don't recall. So yes, I got a head nod from. So I would entertain a motion to follow those 4 or 5 things. If Commissioner Hanson.
So I make a motion to support on the governor's agenda the items on under environment, and follow and support the reduction of Social Security tax, and to oppose the hydrogen hub as it presently stands. Is that sufficient?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, did we also want to include supporting the study of changing the anti-donation clause?
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, I support that.
Yes, if you want to add that to your motion.
I will add.
Before you close your motion, can I ask one more thing?
Yes.
Nobody mentioned it. I did actually have it in my notes. One of the things on the governor's list is voting rights. And given how much trouble there is on that nationwide, I wonder if anybody else would be interested in including following that, supporting that in the motion.
Yes.
Yeah,
I would.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's obvious.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we have included the voting rights under health and well-being.
Anti-donation.
Anti-donation, I don't have the number for that, but I think Hutch knows what we're talking about. So Hutch, is that sufficient?
So we have a motion. Would I hear a second on that?
Second.
And is there any discussion, or does anybody require any further clarification on what's included in the motion, since it was piecemealed together? No further discussion. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for the motion, and thank you for the guidance, Attorney Schaefer.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
There was still one more item that I was looking to see if there was support for, and those were the Unified Jail and Prison Systems, which are House Memorial 11 and Senate Memorial 6.
Thank you.
And this has been, as I mentioned, it's been has received favorable comments from New Mexico counties, but because of the reason that it's only at a memorial status, they weren't able to provide it as an endorsed item of the entire New Mexico Counties Board.
Commissioner Hanson?
I have hesitation about that bill.
What bill is it?
It's the bill about unifying the jails. You know, I just don't know enough about it, but it makes me nervous. You know, like, what are they going to do if we unify the jails? Then are they going to think about privatizing them again, which I'm completely opposed to? I know it's an unfunded mandate for the counties, and you know, so I have concerns there. And all of a sudden, if they unify the jails, are all of a sudden we going to be stuck with a much larger population at our jail? You know, there's a lot to consider there.
Madam Chair, could I address that?
Yeah, well, actually, that would be beneficial. Thank you, Manager Miller.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, what I think that New Mexico Counties is trying to establish is it's a memorial to do a study on whether there should be one unified correctional system in the state, as opposed to counties with jails and the state with prisons, but rather a unified system. We, you know, currently you have, I think, 27 counties with jails. A lot of them have excess capacity. Most of them are having staffing crises right now. And we're not utilizing and leveraging the resources where they currently reside within the state. The idea would be just to study, is there a better way to do a incarceration system than the way the state of New Mexico does it? As it stands right now, counties bear the burden of jails, and they bear the burden of parole and probation offenders, even though those are technically state inmates. And I say that we do because the state doesn't appropriate enough funds to reimburse us for that cost. I don't think the intent behind a study is to privatize. There hasn't been any conversation relative to that, but really more about having a study. Is there a better way to provide these services in a state like New Mexico that is large in area and small in population? It's very hard to have detention facilities staffed properly across a state that has so many rural areas. So, when that is broken up, not just at a state level, but at a state and local level. So that was the rationale from, I believe, the detention affiliate to New Mexico counties and the New Mexico counties board's position on wanting a study. They're trying to keep the state engaged in the the problems at the local level of funding and running, operating, and jails.
Thank you for the additional information, and especially the emphasis on the fact that it is a study. Commissioner Hughes, did I see your hand up? Or,
yes.
Yes, please.
Well, I was, and maybe with Manager Miller's comments, people will be more willing to support this, but I was saying maybe we could just follow this one because obviously it's going to affect us. And so I would certainly want to follow it.
Thank you. And Commissioner Garcia, I thought I saw you give me the high sign also. I'm sorry?
To follow it.
Yes. Oh, to follow it. Okay. Commissioner Roybal, do you have any input on this? Commissioner Roybal, break in if you.
Oh, sorry about that. Unmuted at the wrong spot, but no, I don't have any additional comments. But I just want to thank Manager Miller for the additional information she provided. It was very helpful.
Thank you. I have to say that I actually favor doing the study. I would strongly, individually at least, support having this study because I think it has the potential to address issues that have gone across, multiple counties and that we've experienced various aspects of. I would go on record, and I recognize, Manager Miller said she doesn't think it's the intent of this study at all to privatize, but I would, I am ethically strongly against privatizing, jails and prisons. But beyond that, I would favor doing the study. So at the very least, there are 3 commissioners who want to follow this. And one, I certainly want to follow it. That makes, at the very least.
I'll go for following it and see where it leads because we do have another board meeting on February 8th, which is 5 or 7 days, 5 days maybe before the end of the session. So,
right.
But I am in favor of a study. Any work we can do to improve the jail system is highly important. There are more outside of the box ways thinking of that. I want, more progressive ideas of how to deal with our inmate population, and how to help them not be recidivistic inmates, and live productive lives.
Thank you. So, Hutch, is that what you need from us at this juncture?
Madam Chair, thank you for that clarification. Yes, I think it would be absolutely good right now just to follow the different items that you've expressed interest in, and that will be helpful a lot in going forward. And I just wanted to mention as well that it's a lot of different information coming out all at the beginning during the legislative session, and it will be a lot easier to see what is whittled down as key pieces of legislation. You can see what is going to make it to the finish line and what's not. But thank you for your input, and I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for giving updates. Manager Miller, do you have more things under miscellaneous updates?
Just a couple things. Thank you, Chair. So just a couple of quick other updates, and that is that the Espanola municipal election will take place on March 1st, 2022. The BCC will convene as the canvassing board for the municipal election results during the March 8th BCC meeting. So we will add that to the agenda for you to adjourn as the BCC, or at least at the beginning to start as the canvassing board and then adjourn and reconvene as the regular BCC board, but just as a point of information for you, we do have that portion of Espanola that is within our boundaries, so we do need to do the canvassing for the precincts that are within Santa Fe County. Also, we have the 2% cost of living that was included in the Board of County Commission budget for fiscal year 2022 to take effect this month. Does take effect beginning the pay period that began on January 15 and ends on January 28th. So that will be reflected in the pay date of February 4th for those non-union employees and the AFSCME blue collar union. As you know, the other unions have been negotiating their contracts, and we've been bringing those forward with how they've chosen to allocate their cost of living allocation. Then also we have the free fiber optic technician boot camp for qualifying students. As Joseph Montoya had mentioned when we were looking at applying for the broadband grant, we said one of the big things we have to make sure we pay attention to is making sure if we get a large grant that there are that there's talent within the workforce to help install fiber optic cable throughout the county. And so we worked with the Santa Fe Community College to offer a free fiber optic technician boot camp for students. This boot camp would run from January 31st to February 4th from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. It offers up to 80 hours of paid internship training, and it's free to the students. It's the 5 days. It's hands-on intensive program that would allow students to earn 3 certifications from the Fiber Optic Association that is recognized throughout the world and aligned to the industry standards. So if you know of anybody, please put the word out. We've been trying to put the word out through all of our social media and all of our media outlets, but contact our Economic Development Division at 986-6349, and we'll make sure we get people headed in the right direction for that. And then the last update, I believe that Jennifer Labar Tapia stole my thunder on that one, that we did get Santa Fe Film Office, Santa Fe County, Santa Fe City, once again named by movie makers best places to live and work as the one of the best small cities, small counties to work if you are in the film industry. So those are all of my updates. And I don't know if Jennifer mentioned I was on, but I couldn't recall if she mentioned that the best place, large cities, is Albuquerque. So it's great that both Albuquerque and Santa Fe are in the top 5 in their categories. That's all I have. Thank you,
Outstanding.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. So that moves us right along to item 9, which is matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. So we'll go first to item A, which is matters from commissioners, and I'll start down the row. Commissioner Hanson? Do you want to go later?
Yeah. Why don't you let Commissioner Hughes go first, or I'll be ready.
That sounds great. And Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple things, so I won't take too much time. We had an interesting issue in District 5 where the First National Bank installed a new lit sign on their building that was very, very bright, shining into the windows of people across the street from them and causing great annoyance. It was almost the only subject we talked about at my last town hall meeting. And interestingly enough, the sign complies with our dark skies ordinance, at least on paper. But fortunately, the bank agreed to turn the sign off at 9 o'clock at night, and they were able to get the work done. So it was resolved, but I think it's interesting that a sign that is bright enough to annoy people several blocks away complies with our dark skies ordinance. So that was maybe something we want to look at in our strategic planning is, I never knew when I got into this how important dark skies are to people, but it is important and to many people, and especially if they're trying to sleep at night and this light is shining into their windows, then it becomes even more of an issue. So, excuse me. The other thing, and Commissioner Hamilton knows about this, we've been approached by several constituents about the animal control situation and dogs being treated potentially cruelly in the county, being left out, I guess particularly being left out on very, very cold nights. And that's a concern to many of our residents, which Commissioner Hamilton and I will be investigating how to perhaps make that situation a little bit better for our canine friends. And last of all, my next public meeting hour with Hank will be on February 3rd at 5:30. And again, we will be virtual online. Thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner Roybal, do you have anything you'd like to bring forward?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do just want to say that, we've been sending out some public updates to the internet and broadband situation in the Powahki Valley. And so there's some projects that are coming forward, and also projects that are coming forward in my northern part of the district in Chimayo, Santa Cruz, La Puebla, that I think that constituents are really excited to hear how Santa Fe County is working in those areas to provide that service. So, and I guess we're not providing it, but we're definitely helping with the infrastructure. So, and working with ReadyNet and ComNet. So I think that constituents are really excited and happy. Hopefully we'll be having another community meeting in the next in this next month, early in the month, to update the community even further. So that's really all I have at this point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Hanson.
Okay. So the first thing I wanted to share with you is that I will be going to NACO on February 11th, and I do have a resolution that I have brought forward at the Arts and Culture Commission. It is a resolution that was introduced by Senator Ben Ray Lujan and Representative Teresa Ledger Fernandez, entitled the Creative Economy Revitalization Act. It seeks to both support and employ artists and creative workers and strengthen local economies by galvanizing and investing in civic infrastructure fueled by creative workers and recovering creative workforce. The CERA legislation will get creative workers back into jobs by creating workforce grants, programs within the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. This was unanimously supported by the 94 members of the Arts and Culture Commission, and it is now going it will be heard by the workforce, community workforce development at NACO. I think I'm grateful to Representative Teresa Ledger Fernandez and Senator Ben Ray Lujan for sponsoring this bill, and I'm happy to have been able to bring this forward at NACO. I also spoke in support of America the Beautiful and the 3030 by plan on a listening session from DOI, Department of Interior, and I also spoke in support of new rules regarding WOTUS and making sure that ephemeral and intermittent streams were included in that rule. Also, I attended some of New Mexico counties, but I did that virtually. And otherwise, I think that's all I have to share at the moment. It was a busy couple of weeks with all these conferences and all the things that were going on at NACO. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I see Commissioner Roybal. Does that mean you have something?
Oh, no, I didn't have anything additional. Thank you,
Oh, cool.
Madam Chair. I did want to also just recognize how busy the week was with, the New Mexico Association of Counties, and also with all the legislative mechanisms and all the moving parts around. So we definitely had a busy week. I know I had a few meetings with constituents as well. So I know that it was a very busy and pressing week this last week. And so, but I'm glad, it was really productive. So, but thank you for bringing that up to Commissioner Henson.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, thank you. I hate to go backwards a little bit, but I got a note from Director Montoya pointing out that changing the anti-donation clause will not actually benefit Santa Fe County because we have ReadyNet, which gives us an advantage to using state general funds for broadband that other people don't have. I don't know if we would. I just wanted to mention that.
Well, but nevertheless, I mean, broadband might be the primary target right now, but there could be other things. I mean, I think, well, but it is a good point. I mean, I respect that point, but there are places ReadyNet doesn't go, in addition to everything else so far. So
Just thought I would mention that since it came from a
yes,
very
thank you.
thoughtful member of our staff.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Hughes, and thank you, Mr. Montoya. It's a really good point. So, I have been also hearing from some constituents, and I just thought I would share that, there's a big fire burning in the middle of the winter right now in California, and with the recent Colorado fire, it's no surprise that I have a lot of constituents concerned about fire and what we can do about it, and how we can plan for it, and on an emergency basis and on a prophylactic basis. With the drought, people are really concerned about what we're doing at the county locally about planning for water availability, and frankly, with the ongoing pandemic, every time, even with an end potentially in sight, people are continually concerned about how they can function without broadband and the issues going on with that. And while I respect and I'm very grateful for everything the county does on those three topics, I just think it's worth mentioning that those are, in my district, the three topics that are coming up really pretty frequently right now. So with that, if there's nothing else from the commissioners, that takes us to 9B, which is matters from other elected officials. So, Madam Clerk, do you have anything?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As the county manager mentioned, there is a municipal election in just a couple of our precincts in Espanola. Polling locations are actually located in Espanola, not in Santa Fe County, but there is a designated polling place on Election Day for Santa Fe County. So make sure when you go to the city's website, you're clear about which place to go vote. We will be doing the canvass March 8th, and then soon after will be filing day for the primary election. So that's coming up very soon. So if you're interested in running for office, make sure you know if you need to file $50 to become countywide, or you need to file with Secretary of State with your petition. So there's a lot of confusion about that, but the information is all online. And thank you to the Commission for supporting voting rights. One of the things that we've also noticed is that we need to make sure we have funding for elections. There's a lot of elections bills that come through every time there's a new election. The rules have changed. And the Secretary of State has requested $20 million for the election fund because, as you may know, while there is an election fund, $0 has been put into it so far. So we're hoping to see more money out of the legislature so we can make sure we protect voting rights. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Are there any other elected officials on WebEx? Our treasurer, our sheriff, our assessor, anybody who would like to take a moment to speak to their constituents at this point?
No, Madam Chair, there does not appear to be.
Excellent. Thank you so much for checking, Tessa Jo. So that would take us to 9C, which is resolution in support of a memorial requesting the New Mexico Public Regulatory Commission study public power in the state of New Mexico. And I'll go to Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for co-sponsoring this resolution with me.
Absolutely.
I think it is important that we have the opportunity to study public power. That is what this resolution is about. I appreciate all of the public support. Former Commissioner Paul Campos, Paul Gibson, and the others. I think it is important to be able to hear from our community about such a thing. And, you know, we need to start thinking in different modes. And that is part of the reason why I brought this resolution forward, is we need to be able to think about New Mexico having its own energy and taking care of our constituents and then taking care of other constituents. But this has been one of my issues for quite some time, is that I want New Mexicans taken care of with public power first, and then we can sell excess. But I don't feel that that is actually what is happening at the moment with utility-run power. And so I brought this resolution forward. I think it is a good resolution as it stands. I will let Commissioner Hamilton say a few words also, or anybody else on the commission.
Thank you very much. I am pleased to be co-sponsoring this. I think the opportunity to do a study of the feasibility of moving to public power is in all of our constituents' best interest. I respect the fact that people are often constrained by the legacy of what came before. I believe that given the challenges we have, societal challenges, with climate change and the desperate need to become sustainable and to also be resilient, which requires some application of thinking globally and acting locally. It's just a fundamental principle of resilience. This study would, in my mind, allow the state to look at the feasibility of changing fundamentally a mode of operation. I want to say that there have been some concerns about certain aspects of wording in this resolution. Some of them I have no particular problem changing. There have been some last-minute changes suggested. One of them on the first page, or the first couple, actually just speak to the way I read it, trying to assure that wording is more, in this resolution, is more consistent with the way we have worded things in previous resolutions, for example, having to do with how you refer to zero carbon emissions.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hanson.
So if we're going to look at the resolution and the changes, I would like them to be shared with the public.
Oh, yes. Well, we can do that momentarily as we go through the discussion, but that's a very good point. But I have to say I have less motivation for some of the other suggested changes, but because this is to support a study to look at feasibility. And I truly have no reason to think that that study isn't going to include all aspects of feasibility, and do it fairly, including pros and cons, costs and benefits, and influence on existing existing infrastructure and existing private utilities. So, so from that point of view, I think this resolution is decent the way it is. But more importantly, I really think supporting doing this study is in our mutual best interest. And there have been so many times in, the utility field is one very, it's at the center of a lot of impacts and options for adaptation and mitigation of climate change impacts. And so it at some point becomes the gorilla in the room to just let things go forward the way they have always functioned, and not step back and at least take a look at what the alternatives might be. And this is an opportunity to take that kind of look at alternatives. So at this point, I would open it up to other commissioners if there are comments and questions. Any, Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just, without being lengthy, because we certainly heard a lot of good reasons for this from the public, but it's an opportunity for us to look at what might be a better way to manage our electricity and generation in New Mexico. It certainly seems like public ownership could have lots and lots of benefits, but this study will look at all sides of the issue, I am sure, and make some recommendations. So I would certainly support this resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Garcia,
Madam Chair, is it appropriate for us, for myself, and if for Commissioner Hughes and if Commissioner Robai would like to, all of us sponsor this, or just by passing the resolution basically says we're all for it?
Yeah, I don't know. I would think yes to both. I think just passing the resolution indicates the support for it.
That's fine. So I know. I think it looks like ex-Commissioner Paul Campos is still up there, and it looks like Paul Gibson is still on there also. And I know we've tried this in the county, and Commissioner Campos was very instrumental in actually getting the Buckman Diversion Project done. Foresight, very good. And as Mr. Gibson mentioned, Santa Fe, the city of Santa Fe tried for many, many years to actually do something similar to this, and it just seemed like it just fell out of the wayside. However, this is kind of an example of whenever the city of Santa Fe acquired the water utility from PNM, same type of similar situation, except now we're dealing with energy. And I understand that this is actually the point in our New Mexico times, local government times, where we need to look at renewable energy, and because you see global warming is just getting out of control, basically. And I understand that this is a study, which is we have to do a study on major impacts to law, such as this, which is this Senate Memorial 10 sponsored by Representative Romero as well as Senator Stefanik. And once again, I understand it's a study. And just some of the things that I just have questions, or I just want to put on the record for myself is, the ETA, which is the Energy Transition Act, it does set standards for energy companies that actually work from coal. How does this study work with the ETA? Those are things I'd like to know. Nighttime energy, like Commissioner Hamilton's mentioned, this is all going to be within the study, and we're going to have all these questions that are come out. Nighttime energy, where will that come from? Whenever we do have government-run power regulated, would it be the best thing for New Mexico? And I'm sure the study will outline that, whether it's a good or a bad thing for New Mexico. And hopefully it's a good thing for New Mexico, because there is a utility in the far northwestern part of the state is Farmington. and Farmington's utility seems to be doing very well. We do have other utilities, large utilities, such as San Diego, POV, Edison Electric in California. Some of those renewable energy, some of those, due to fires and due to things that have happened, have gone bankrupt. And once again, this is a study. I understand that. Some of the things I know and I see where the state legislature has gone 15 years ago into requiring P&M to do renewable energy. And once again, the solar grid, which is excellent, actually affected a lot of our ratepayers, our bills, right? And did you know P&M has actually had some kind of awards or whatnot, like the county sustainability achievements, which is P&M has done great on their solar direct, which I agree. I'm sure we all agree that solar has been good for P&M in the state of New Mexico. Some of the things that the study I hope actually represents is the electric companies are the shareholder dollars. As we know, P&M is a huge shareholder. They're actually on the stock market. And how does the shareholders, such as a co-op, if this moves forward, how does that affect the shareholders, or do we become shareholders or not? So those are just some of the questions I hope the study actually outlines. Who would actually take the cost for energy efficiency? These are all going to be done in the study. Yeah. And I understand many of these answers to these questions are probably still unknown. And they should be answered in a study like this, right? Which we all agree to, as well as a senator and as well as a representative. And I just want to make sure that the impact to this, to the state of New Mexico or Santa Fe County, or because this is going to affect all 33 counties in the state of New Mexico. And I just want to make sure that the constituents and the study, that it basically be transparent, and that any constituent that this is affected, which is the entire state, that everybody be on the up and up and know what's going on, and just that the study be transparent. So I'm good with the study, because it's something that has to start with this big of a, I don't want to say ordeal, but this big of a impact to the state of New Mexico. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent, and I particularly agree with your comment on transparency. Are there other comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I had a lot of questions, and I talked to you one of the days and asked you if you knew, and I don't think you really had too many answers at that point. But I was just curious. I did make mention of the El Paseo Electric, and it looks like it was should have been El Paso. And so I did mention that, and I did also bring up the issue on the whereas where I noticed on the SB 489 that it does talk about in that bill, and I didn't know if we wanted this resolution to reflect exactly what the bill says, and that bill did say that it's portfolio standard is to require 100% zero carbon, and I know that ours actually said zero greenhouse gas emissions, so that was why I brought that issue up. And then I know that as far as and maybe you guys can answer this, but as far as the being a public, I guess a public electric or a utility system, would the PRC regulate that, or how would that work? And as far as who would regulate that? But one thing I want to say is hats off and big time thank you to Senator Stefanik for bringing this forward. I had the honor of serving with her for a few years on the commission, and we always had a great relationship, very smart and great leader. So, but I do want to say that appreciation. But I don't know if any of those questions would be, and that was one thing that I was asking about as far as if the PRC would not regulate, or how would that work, and then what would be the function of the PRC, or would they still have other things that they would do?
Thank you, Commissioner Roybal. Now, I was going to go to some of the specific suggested changes that you had asked about. So I think it's pretty non-controversial to correct El Paseo to El Paso.
Yeah, and those were the main ones, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I mean, those were the ones that I had sent.
Yes.
Thank you.
And thank you. And with respect to
Madam Chair?
Manager Miller?
Yeah, I hate to interrupt. I'm sorry. So just to clarify, there were some, we received a couple comments and I just asked the staff to provide some alternative language, plus correct the items that Commissioner Roybal brought up were in error. So some of these are those corrections and some are just some other suggestions. By no means are we suggesting that the board has to adopt them, but I did want to make sure that those options were available to the board based upon some comments we received and based upon Commissioner Roybal's request.
I understand. Thank you very much. And I was going to have us page through all of those. But I was going to start out by saying that, like I said, making that edit, that slight edit, I think is fairly non-controversial. The first, I think everybody, if everybody can see the screen, the first suggested change to change New Mexico's from greenhouse gas emission free to 100% zero carbon by the end of 2045. That's fine with me. Commissioner Hanson, are you agreeable to that change? I don't think it changes the content. I think it just makes the wording more consistent. But so we can
Madam
accept.
Chair, I'm
Yes.
good with this first one, yes.
Fine, thank you. So we could accept that change as, so can we scroll up to the next red line?
Okay, this one is on page,
We're there on the
page
screen.
2.
So less, to strike an equitable financing.
I don't want to strike that.
I was gonna, I wonder, is there a reason, what's the rationale behind suggesting that strike? I'm sorry, I'm looking at Attorney Brown, but nobody else knows that, so I would, do you know if there's a rationale for suggesting that strikeout?
Madam Chair, I do not know
Okay.
where that came from, but I can see if the person who was involved in creating the revisions is available to us.
Okay, that would be fine. But I'm not sure, Manager Miller, do you have any insight into, from the county's point of view, is there any rationale for that strikeout?
Well, I think, I don't know that equitable, using the state's bonding capacity necessarily, it would be less expensive. I don't know that that makes it equitable financing. So I think the concept behind this is that the study should evaluate whether it could be structured to use the state's full faith and credit for public financing. So I think it was that, as it was worded, did not necessarily mean that that was equitable financing, but rather less expensive financing.
I understand. I had read, when I read it, equitable as implying consideration of the public and not just, shareholders. I have
Right.
no problem, Commissioner Hanson doesn't want to strike that. I have no problem with changing institution to entity as far as I can tell.
No problem.
So why don't we just accept that change?
And
Do you have a comment without reading? The next one is to insert, after lowering the capital cost for this, the insertion is for the state. The study should fully evaluate whether a public utility could be structured to use the state's full faith and credit to access public financing, thereby potentially lowering to be added, which makes no English sense to me, and the price of electricity compared to private companies. So I'm not sure what that gets to. There's kind of an editing problem there, I think.
I'm okay with lowering the cost of capital for the state, but then the next sentence, as I agree with you, seems just like a lot of words.
I mean, my thinking is that that's what there's some. It's not bad to make some assumptions that a feasibility study is going to look at that. It's just my 3 cents. And I have no problem with changing should to could because the study is actually looking at that. Did you see, Commissioner Hanson, do you see that, the second to the last sentence in that area?
Yeah, I saw the could. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so we could accept the could, and we can accept for the state, and we can accept the change from institution to entity.
Yeah, but so they added in this language.
Well, we can just bypass that for the moment and
Like, just get,
come
well,
back to
then
it.
we have, and the price of, they changed the whole sentence, so to speak. The way.
What, a study should fully evaluate?
Yeah, because then it goes, and the price of electricity compared to private companies. So what, do we get rid of from a study to, and the price of electric compared to private companies?
I apologize, Commissioner. This was done really quickly, and I'm not physically there, so I've been trying to do it via email, and it's been a little difficult. I think what it was supposed to say was cost of capital for the state, period. And then a study should fully evaluate whether a public utility could be structured to use the state's full faith and credit to access public financing, thereby potentially lowering the price of electricity compared to private companies. And that would be the whole intent of using bonding capacity, is that you'd be dealing in tax exempt financing. And then this access to less expensive capital combined with the lack of a profit maximization incentive and a mandate to prioritize disadvantages communities could allow New Mexico to increase its investment in a host of decarbonizing strategies. So the idea being you would want to, that being a publicly owned entity, you get that advantage. And that's one of the things that should be fully vetted. Is that a good enough, does that provide a good cost incentive?
So it makes sense if you take out the added words to be added.
Yes.
Take those words out.
Correct. I think that was a mistake.
And then I'm fine with it. Commissioner Hanson?
Okay, as long as we get rid of to be added, because it is like,
yes.
Obviously what we're saying here is that should be to be added, and it got put in this thing.
Yeah. So
Okay.
take out those words to be added, and let's go on to the next piece of red line. These are
Madam Chair, just want to be clear, we will leave the word "and equitable." That will stay.
I would like
Less
to leave an equitable in there.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, now we're on to the whereas of any comprehensive study to evaluate.
So the first whereas that's added reads, whereas any comprehensive study to evaluate public power should be unbiased and should include a full discussion of the potential costs to acquire assets from existing investor-owned utilities, a review of cost estimates in other states that have sought to undertake such a conversion to public power, and participation from business representatives, industry, and New Mexico's chambers. I assume those are like chambers of commerce. Is that what the implication is? Or the legislative chambers?
I believe that was business chambers.
Business chambers.
I would say,
Hang on, Commissioner Henson.
so I could live with that, except for end it at conversion to public power. You know, and take out and participation from business representative industry and New Mexico chambers, because this is a study, and if it's going to be a study, then it's going to bring everyone together anyhow.
So frankly, I agree with that. I just feel like that's something we might, if we were implementing this at this time, we might want to assure the structure of the participants in the study with greater specificity. I just don't see the benefit of doing that at this point.
Yeah, so I think we just end it at conversion to public power.
Right.
And then I can accept that whereas.
Okay. And the second whereas is, whereas the study should consider the effects of alternative energy programs currently offered to businesses, individuals, and government entities by the Public Service Company of New Mexico, i.e. Solar Direct, ending due to the creation of a publicly owned electric power utility. I personally think that the study has to consider all of those things, and when we start adding, it needs to do this one specifically and that one specifically. This is a, you know, we're leaving some other things out. I have no desire to put this in. There are a lot of impacts that have to be considered in a feasibility study, including the fact that we're currently on private power, and all of the things that would be impacted by considering going to public power has to be evaluated. So, you know, if we're going to start listing one, we're going to have to list all of them. And frankly, I can't sit here and do that. That's what the study is for.
Exactly. I agree with you. I say no to this second whereas here.
Yeah.
And I actually say no to the next whereas also.
For the same reason.
So, and then that's it.
That's it.
So I would be happy to make a motion to accept make a motion to pass this resolution with the motions that we accepted.
The changes that we just made.
The changes that we accepted, and remove the items that we chose to remove. Do I need to list them all, or
No.
does Rachel and have what we said? Okay.
I would second. Can I second something as chair?
Yes, you can.
I would second that. You can third it. Yes, Commissioner, under discussion, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think the important thing is to pass the resolution, and I wanted to defer to the co-sponsors with which wording you wanted to go with.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you very much. And Manager Miller and Deputy Manager Elias and Attorney Schaefer and Attorney Brown and all the other staff who helped do the last minute review on this and account for everybody's comments. I really, really appreciate the effort.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Henson.
I agree with you. I thank everyone for reading it over, making an effort, you know, to make the changes. And I just once again thank everybody from the public who supported this. And it's, we have voted, right?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so I just was going to suggest that maybe we go to, if I may, Madam Chair, go to the public hearings before we go to County Attorney. Number 11.
Yes.
Should we get a resolution number?
Yes.
And I also just want to echo the same comments from my fellow commissioners, thank you all for all your comments today, and also for staff's hard work to get these issues or recommendations that were brought forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Roybal, and thank you for your close read on this. Really appreciate the interest. So, yeah, can I get a resolution number?
Yes, Commissioner, Madam Chair, the resolution number is 2022-006.
Thank you. You're slowly getting me trained in. I was going to remember that, but I do appreciate it. I appreciate all the hints. 006. 2022-006. And so that would take us to one of two items. Is it Manager Miller and Attorney Schaefer, would there be any objection to doing the public hearing first? Okay, so let's go to item 11, public hearing on the case La Palmer LLC beer and wine license, and assuming that is everybody here that is going to, are you guys ready, Jose, and to deal with this? Okay, great, thank you.
La Palmer LLC applicant Adela Duran, agent, requests approval of a restaurant beer and wine license to be located at 7 Caliente Road within La Tienda at El Dorado. The property is zoned as commercial neighborhood within section 16, Township 15 North, Range 10 East. The applicant is requesting approval of a restaurant liquor license to serve beer and wine with meals at the La Palmer Bistro restaurant. The property is located at 7 Caliente Road, A1. A restaurant with incidental consumption of alcoholic beverages has historically occupied this site. La Palmer Bistro restaurant is in possession of a current Santa Fe County business license. The zoning for this property is regulated by ordinance number 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code, Chapter 9, Section 9.10, US 285 South Highway Corridor District Overlay. The site is zoned as commercial neighborhood. Table 9-10-12-285 South Highway Corridor District Use Table allows for a restaurant with incidental consumption of alcoholic beverages as a permitted use within the commercial neighborhood zoning district. The State Alcoholic Beverage Control Division granted preliminary approval of this request in accordance with Section 60-6B-4 NMSA of the Liquor Control Act. The Liquor Control Act requires the local option district to conduct a public hearing on the request to grant a restaurant beer and wine liquor license at this location. In accordance with the Liquor Control Act, the BCC may disapprove the issuance of the license if the location is within 300 feet of any church or school. The issuance would be in violation of zoning or an ordinance, or the issuance would be detrimental to public health, safety, and morals of the residents of the local option district. Management staff has reviewed this request for compliance with pertinent code requirements and finds the following facts to support the submittal. Table 9-10-12 285 SHCD use table allows for a restaurant with incidental consumption of alcoholic beverages as a permitted use within the commercial neighborhood zoning district. The applicant has met the state of New Mexico requirements for noticing. The site is 2,000 feet from the nearest church and 1.5 miles from the nearest school. Staff recommendation is approval of a restaurant liquor license to serve beer and wine with meals to be located at 7 Caliente Road. Madam Chair, I stand for any questions.
Thank you so much, Jose. Is before I go to public hearing, is the applicant present, and do they care to make a statement or at this time?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Certainly can. Welcome.
Okay. Great, thank you. My name's Adela Duran. Oh, I hear that echo.
You might turn your volume, it sounds like it's up high. It might be because of that.
Are you calling in plus on the WebEx
No,
meeting?
I'm just on the internet. Is that any better?
Miss Duran, would you be willing to swear in before you make your public comment? Yes. Please
Yes, of course.
raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
My name is Adela M. Duran. My address is 141 East Palace Avenue in Santa Fe, New Mexico. May I proceed, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, I thought my mic wasn't on. Yes, please proceed.
Okay, that's okay. So my name is Adela Duran. I'm serving as agent for Le Pommier. And behind me I have Alain Durand, a nice French name for his nice French restaurant, and his partner Susan Eichner. And we just appreciate the Commission's consideration of Le Pommier's application. And I would like to, if the Commission would oblige me to just thank Jose. He's been so very helpful to us and has had a lot of patience for all the questions that I've had. And we really appreciate his help. And with that, Madam Chair, we will answer any questions the Commission has.
Excellent, thank you so much. Really appreciate your being here. I think before I go to any questions, I would open to public comment. So, Tessa Joe, do you know if anybody has signed up for comment?
No, Madam Chair, no one has signed up for public comment on this case.
Okay. Is there anybody on WebEx or on the telephone from the public who wishes to speak to this case? So if there's anybody on WebEx or the telephone, you would have to unmute yourself. I believe if you're on the phone, that's *6. Is there anybody from the public here who wants to speak to this case? Hearing none, I will go ahead and close public comment. Do any commissioners have any questions or comments about this case? Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not really a question, just a comment. This is, of course, my district, and
yes,
I know that the previous restaurant in this location did have a beer and wine license. And I also know that my constituents will probably be looking forward to being able to enjoy beer and wine with their meals at La Pommier. I've heard that the food is very good. Have not had a chance to go there myself, but I'm sure that this is not controversial in my neighborhood.
Excellent, thank you. Is any other inputs or questions? Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. That was a question that I had, whether there was an existing beer and license at this location, because I think these days, in dealing with the zoning on that property years ago, I guess I just had the question, how many beer and licenses can we have in each one of those units? But thank you, Commissioner Hughes, for answering the question. So if there already was a beer and wine license, I don't have any further questions, but thank you, Ms. Duran, for your testimony, and thank you for being patient, waiting for us as well as our staff. We have to do the public hearings at 5 o'clock, but thank you all for being patient.
Thank you.
Of course.
Definitely.
Of course, thank you. And we want to invite Commissioner Hughes and any of the other commissioners out to the restaurant at your earliest convenience.
We will almost certainly try it. I'm in the neighborhood, right next in the neighboring district. So if there's no other discussion, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make
Hughes?
a motion to approve the application for a beer and wine license at this
Second.
location.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions, same sign? Thank you. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And good luck with it.
Thanks so much, and thanks again, Jose.
Thank you.
So Now that completes the public hearing, and we can go back to item 10, which is matters from the county attorney. So I would go to Attorney Schaefer to tell us what we would be going into executive session for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we go to that item of business, do any commissioners have any questions of staff relative to the informational items or reports that were included on the agenda and in the packet?
Thank you for pointing that out. Are there any questions or comments on the Commissioner Hanson?
Just thank you, everyone, for your diligence and report. I appreciate all of them. That's all I have.
Thank you. And yes, staff, thank you very much for hanging around for questions and for presenting us with the reports. But there seem to be no questions, so there's no need to stay further. Really appreciate your attendance.
Given that, Madam Chair, we would look for a motion to adjourn the open meeting and go into executive session for purposes of discussing limited personnel matters as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(2) NMSA 1978, threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant, as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(7) NMSA 1978, and discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights, as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(8) NMSA 1978, including 1, solid waste convenience center locations and disputes, 2, breach of settlement agreement and related agreements related to annexation, 3, executive management personnel matters, and 4, in re National Prescription Opiate Litigation, U.S. District Court, Northern District of Ohio, Eastern Division, case number 1:17-MD-2804.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hanson.
I move that we go into executive session to discuss the items that Attorney Schaefer described.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
And just to be clear, we will be adjourning the open meeting, so we will not be coming back into open session.
Yes, I include that we will adjourn
In your motion.
at this moment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Anna Hansen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Henry Roybal,
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia, and Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes. So thank you. We are now in executive session, and we will not be returning to open meeting at this tonight. Thank everybody for attending
Madam Chair?
the meeting. Yes.
Sorry for the late response, but I just wanted the record to reflect that I voted in the affirmative on the last issue, or the last court case. I
Yes.
didn't mute myself on time, so
Oh, okay.
just
Yes.
wanted to make sure I said that. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Attorney Schaefer, my understanding is that executive session, where are we going for executive session? My understanding is that it was going to be out here, that we were going to clear the room and clear the WebEx except for Commissioner Roybal and Manager Miller, or what is the
Madam
plan?
Chair, that was the intent, is that that everyone that is not a commissioner or an attorney in the chambers would leave the chambers, including the audio-visual staff that are in the audio-visual room. Recording would stop, and we would reconvene. And if you want to take a little break, 10-minute break, we would reconvene using the executive session link.
Perfect. If that's acceptable to everybody, it is 5:56. We'll reconvene at 6:10, or is that too much
I
of a
think
break?
you'll have to use, we won't end up with the view from the chambers. We'll just have to use our desktops and laptops for the
For WebEx.
for the meeting. So you'll have to go through your calendar and individually log in.
Okay. So that those of us who are
So you
sitting in here won't be able to just sit here and speak live. We'd have to sign in to be able to see you guys.
I believe, but I'm not there, so I can't tell you.
Joe, can you repeat what you just said? I don't know what you.
So I'm saying that the big camera, in order to, you don't want that in executive session, so that's going to go away, and we're going to just be logging into executive session on our computers. You all can hear each other. I just physically will only be able to participate via your desktop.
Right. Okay. I'm.
So you'll have to go into your calendars and log your computers in if you want to see a WebEx meeting.
Okay.
Because they're not going to be streaming it, because we will be, because this meeting is closing.
I get it. This is good. There are too many people asking questions. No, the idea was that the room we normally go into is such close quarters that it's not COVID safe. That's why we're spread out. So that we would be staying in here and having an executive session in here with nobody here but those people in executive session. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll figure out the logistics further by implementing them. And Tessa Jo, if you can come up and chat with me, that would be great.